Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. So welcome to Prompt Engineering Conference 2025. So my name is Rizwanur Rahman, and I'm the Microsoft MVP from Austria, and I'm one of the organizers of this event. So this event is actually basically we are focusing on the prompt engineering things, for example, so-called like how the Copilot or the the Copilot or the OpenAI or the ChatGPT or the other AI platforms works with the other platform, or like how you learn some more confidential, more so deeply used the prompt, how to use it in daily life. So our speakers are actually have a lot of demo for you, so you can learn some specific project, specific platform, or some other stuff. So now it's 2 minutes for our first speaker. He's from Spain, and Eickhel will show you how the Power Platform will work with the Copilot, and I want to welcome him on board. So, Mentor, can you hear me? Mendoza, can you hear me?
Sorry, I was having trouble to unmute.
Okay, so welcome welcome to Prompt Engineering Conference, and we are so excited to get you in our call today, and thank you for your time again in the early morning. I know that it's 9 a.m. in Spain, and you are in the so early morning now in the Friday, but thank you so much to be here as a speaker. So it is good to that I can pronounce your name in the last name or the first name. So.
Well, actually, it's Eickhel Mendoza. So I know it's really difficult because, as you see it, writing is really difficult, but it's also difficult to pronounce.
Okay, now Mendoza is really good name. Okay, so this is easy for us. Okay, so thank you so much again for your time, and the floor is yours now, because this is sharp 10 a.m. now. The floor is yours now, so you can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Just a little check that that you can see everything.
I can see you, but I'm just onboard you in the.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
super now. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session. I'm going to discuss about AI Builder on Power Platform. These are some things that are related to the AI infusion into Power Platform. So that's where we are going to discuss today. My name is Eickhel Mendoza. I'm the Business Apps Manager at Intellectual Technologies, and I'm also the Power Apps Cookbook author. That is a book where I discuss everything that is related to Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, and everything that is related to Power Apps when building solutions in Power Platform. Okay. So let me start with my session, but first, let me give you a thank you for everyone to be here, because these events are not going to be possible if you're not coming here. Okay, so let's discuss a little bit of what are the things that we are going to see today. Okay, we're going to see AI Builder in the world of Power Platform. What I mean by that is how AI is coming into Power Platform so you can integrate these capabilities into the solutions that you are building with Power Platform, whether it's an automation, an application, or whatever that you are trying to achieve with your solutions, or all the stuff that you're doing for an organization. How can you use AI Builder into those things? We're going to see also the little battle that you might encounter when you are building these AI capabilities is to when to use Azure or when to use Power Platform, in this case, AI Builder. Okay, we're going to see some examples of which option is maybe better for you, or when you can or cannot use either of these ones. And we're going to see something that I call the journey from training models to prompting, because we are used to be using models to do stuff, a model to extract information from documents, a model to detect the sentiment, a model to I don't know, to extract information or to process something. But we are evolving this into use just a prompt. A good prompt allows you to do whatever that you want to do from without having to know which model you are going to use or you're going to need to do that. So this is something that I'm seeing to be a trend into all the solutions that we are seeing on AI. Okay. And finally, we are going to talk about the cost of using AI Builder into Power Platform. Okay. But first, let me give you an overview of what is Power Platform to everyone who doesn't know what is this platform to build solutions. Okay, this is a platform that allows you to create solutions or create automations or create applications or create websites for your company or create agents in your organizations or of the organizations you're working with to build those solutions to solve an actual need. We have here some specific components. We have Power Apps to build applications. We have Power Automate to build automations into your solutions. We have Copilot Studio, that is the tool that allows us to build agents or to improve Microsoft 365 Copilot into doing more things that more capabilities. We also have Power Pages, that is a tool that allows to build websites to external users. And we also have Power BI, the most well-known component of Power Platform, to build these dashboards or reports. Everything that we do here is actually run by Dataverse. That is the database that also holds the data, but also manage those solutions, the deployment, the management, the governance of those solutions is going to be run by Dataverse. We also, of course, have Copilot here to help us build all this to help build stuff with all these components, and also give us some examples, for example, when we are using prompting or whatever in any of our solutions. And for today, we are going to be speaking about AI Builder. Okay. AI Builder in Power Platform is the component that allows us to infuse AI into our solutions. This integration is native in Power Platform. It allows us to use AI capabilities into our workflow. For example, if we want to process a document that we saw, or for example, we are trying to process an email that we got into our marketing tool. We want to detect the sentiment of that email to process that information. We can use AI. We can use, in this case, AI Builder. And this is an add-on that we integrate into Power Platform. We can use it, or we cannot, or if we don't want to, we don't have the need, we don't need to integrate this add-on into our solution. But this is a tool that's, as I say here, is a point-and-click experience into adding these solutions into these capabilities into our solutions. We are going to see some examples. We are going to see some of the capabilities that this provides into our solutions. Okay. Just before, in the table of contents, we saw the capabilities that we have when to use Power Platform AI Builder or when to use Azure services. As I told you before, AI Builder is native in the Power Platform, so the integration is everywhere. You will see it on Dataverse, you will see it on Power Platform, on Power Automate, you will see it on Power Apps. When we build solutions, is already there. It's ready for you to infuse that AI capabilities into your process. We also have governance, performance metrics, and usage of all the AI stuff that we are building into our solutions. We can manage how many credits we are going to see for this solution, for this environment. We have many capabilities to know what's going on in AI in Power Platform. So it's really easy to do. It's really easy to configure everything that in here. In the case of Azure services, where we are using AI services from this platform, first, you also need to require an Azure subscription. maybe sometimes in your solutions you cannot access an Azure subscription. So and so using Azure is out of the way. Maybe the IT department doesn't allow you to have an Azure subscription. So that's mainly the first part that is going to be difficult when trying to use Azure or AI Builder. You interact with Azure services through an API, but this is also evolving. We are also we are seeing improvements in the connectors from Power Platform to Azure to use, for example, document intelligence or stuff like that. The connectors are the component of the Power Platform that allows us to integrate with any services. Maybe it's a database, maybe it's SQL, maybe it's SharePoint, maybe it's Oracle. Whatever do you need to connect, use it through a connector. So these connectors to use the capabilities that we have in Azure are evolving, are improving very much. Okay. And we also sometimes need custom code to integrate to those services. So maybe that's something that might be difficult for your team, or maybe something that is not going to be really helpful for you when you're building these solutions. These capabilities are really something that we need to be aware when building solutions, or when we are architecting these solutions, because sometimes we need AI, but we don't need all AI capabilities. Maybe for our solutions, we just need, I don't know, invoice extraction. We don't need all the capabilities that AI Builder provides for us. So if we're going to do something really specific, maybe using Azure is better, because Azure, the cost of Azure is going to be relative to that service that you're using, not all the capabilities that, for example, AI Builder is going to provide to your solutions, because it's a wide range of capabilities. Okay, so that's something that you need to be aware of that. Okay. Okay. We're going to see the capabilities that we have in this case in AI Builder regarding the training models. We have pre-built training models, or custom training models, or in this case, models, just models, as we saw in Azure or other tools that we have on AI. But these capabilities are the ones that we are going to see today. There are no more models that we have in AI Builder. We can integrate other models or bring your own model into AI Builder, but that would be just the case of using, for example, AI Azure directly. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick overview just to show you which models are available in AI Builder. We are not going to deep dive on each one of them, just to show you which ones are available. Okay, and I'm going to do this by showing you categories. In the documents part, we are going to see invoice and receipt processing. As you can see on the lining, on the legend that you see in the low section of the slide, this is related to a pre-built model. We cannot customize this model, but we can use the pre-built model that is, well, actually it's really good. It has been evolved since the first time it appeared, and it's really good detecting information from receipts or invoices. We also have text recognition to extract text from images or any other format. We have identity document reader to understand this type of documents, business card readers, the same as the name implies. And we also have document processing. In this case, this is a custom model that we can train with all these all the documents that we can provide. We need to provide at least 5 documents so we can train this model. We are going to see a little example of this and how it works, for example, for models that have documents that have an structure or unstructured documents as a statement of work. Because, for example, in this case, the name of the customer is going through the paragraph. Okay. And the text part, we have, well, things that we can do with text. For example, sentiment analysis. We have category classification. In this case, this is a pre-built model and also a custom model that we can train to extract categories from a given text. Entity extraction is the same. From a given text, we are going to extract some entities, and A key phrase extraction is almost the same. From a given text, we are going to extract this type of information. I'm going to show you some examples on the right. We also have a language detection and text translation. Some normal capabilities of of using information on text. Okay. Regarding images, we have text recognition from those images. We have object detection. In these cases, as the name might imply, is custom model, because you need to provide the objects that it needs to detect in order to use this model. For example, if you are trying to focus a camera on a I don't know, a supermarket stand to see if there are stuff of your products, if you need to restock your products in somewhere in your supermarket, this might be useful for you. And this is a new model that is in preview, that is image description. From a given image, it will tell you the description of that image. Everything as using confidence score and the things that we are used to use in this case in AI results. Okay. From structured data, we have prediction. From historical data, is going to give you a prediction for what's going to happen on any given historical data. And finally, the latest thing that they have introduced in this case in AI Builder is the use of prompts. And this is what is evolving. We are seeing so much improvements here, examples, classifications, capabilities, configurations, selection of which GPT model we are going to use, and many stuff that we are seeing is getting improved here. This is what I told you. This is the journey from using models to prompting. So this is the thing that I think that is going to evolve really, really good. Okay. So far of the slides, we're going to go back to the slides in a while, and we're going to see AI Builder in action. Let me stop sharing here, and let me share now the browser. Okay, let me see the browser. Okay, can someone check that is you're seeing my browser? I think it seems so. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. This is the maker portal of Power Apps. This is the place where we go to build our solutions. There are many stuff on the left side where we can create a solution. We start adding the components for our solutions, and we build whatever that we need to build. In this case, this is the Power Apps portal. We are going to see in another example where we are going to see the Power Automate portal. These portals allows us to start, as I told you before, adding these components. Either is a model, a prompt, or whatever that we are going to need to deploy to production environments. Okay. And here in the Power Apps portal, this is what it's supposed to be look like. When we go to the AI Hub, we are going to see everything that is related, in this case, to AI Builder. For example, the prompts, the models, a document automation solution that allows you to process information and extract information from invoices specifically, and monitor the activity of the usage of these AI tools here. Okay. As we saw before, I'm going to show you, this is the AI models. This is where you can use these models, and we can, in this case, if there is a pre-built model, you can just check how it works, or train a model in whatever that you want to achieve in your solutions. I'm going to show you real quick, because we don't want to start waiting and stuff like that for the training. It's fast, but it's not as fast as doing in a session. For example, if we want to create a custom model for extract, as we saw before, a statement of work, we just click here and create a custom model. As you see here, this is an easy part, because we just click on create a custom model. We just simply going to provide some information here, and then we are going to start giving information to our model So about the documents that it needs to process, and it's going a little slow. Okay, first we need to specify if this is a fixed template, a structure, a general document where you don't have any structure, or in this case invoices. If we do general documents, you're going to see some examples of documents that we can use here. The good part that I like of using AI Builder is that first we need to define what we need to extract. In this case, I need to extract a text field. I'm going to need to the team that is working on this statement of work. Okay. And another thing that I like by using, in this case, AI Builder, is that I can create collections of documents. We can have a collection of this type of statements of work, this other type of statements for work, by using collections to organize this type of documents that we are going to train our model on. Okay, we just create a collection, we just provide the documents. As I told you before, you need 5 or more documents to train the model. Just simply add the documents from our device or whatever location that we want to use. In this case, I'm going to add this from a location that I have here, and just selecting this document. I'm going to upload and just hit done. If we click next, we are going to see the statement of work that I have here, and it's going to try to analyze this document so I can use the fields that I wanted to tag on these documents already for me. In this case, I want to tag the team that is doing their job. In this case, Secure World is doing the proof of concept for us. So I just simply click here and then go to another document. It's going to be, in this case, Intellequia, this click, and in this case, the team is going to be here, and so on. So I'm going to do this for all the documents that I have on this model, and simply when I click finish, I'm going to train this model. I already have it here done for me. So if I see here, these are the documents that I have. I can test this model, and I can start using this model into an automation in Power Automate or an application in Power Apps. The difference that I wanted to show you here by using these custom models is just not that we can train their model or we customize the model, but to show you the similarities that we have in Azure. This is Document Intelligence Studio. It's almost practically the same. We don't have collections here, for example, but we can start using a custom extraction model here, as you see here in the breadcrumbs, where I can put a document and start labeling the information, draw regions, and add fields to extract information from these documents. So it's a similar way to do this job. And also, I wanted to show you the content understanding capabilities that we have in AI Foundry. That is something that is in preview that it does almost the same. This in this case, it extracts all the information from these documents. We don't label this information, but we are seeing that we are seeing some improvements in every way, in everything that is related on AI. So the actual work of models is almost the same on every platform. So we can, for example, use AI Foundry, build a project for in this case, for extracting information, and we can, for example, use the result to see what it's going to show you from this document. And we can also use AI Foundry in prompting in AI Builder. So we can start integrating all this stuff. Maybe you have a specialized team that is that does all the AI work in Azure for you. So maybe you can lend that part of the work for them, and you start building your solutions in Power Platform, and then integrate that into your solutions by simply as that. Okay, so let's close this one and let's see some of these solutions or capabilities that AI Builder provides for us in in action. Okay, here we are seeing, for example, a Power App. We, besides the models and the prompting and the stuff that we see in AI Builder, we also have controls that we can use when building our user interface. For example, this is a text recognizer, a control that I just simply provide an image. Let me go here and get this image here. For example, this is a handwritten text where I can extract information from this document. It's actually working now. It's supposed to be a little bit faster, but maybe it seems. And from here, I can just prepare a review from a handwritten text. So I select this field is by Amanda. Here, I'm going to start extracting information. I can, I don't know, change something of this information here. Let me move this far away, and then I can do some things from that information and then prepare this review that I'm doing for this handwritten text. And then I can save this information into, for example, Dataverse. So these are examples of what I can do with the AI Builder components that I have on Power Apps. For example, I have this component. I have the business extraction, the business card extraction component that I can put on every application. So if you're on an event and you receive a business card, just simply scan it and you will get that information right away. Okay, we're going to see another example here. From, in this case, in AI Builder, you saw that we go from the AI Hub. That is the part where we can start working with AI Builder, but we can go here to prompts. That is exactly this part that we are seeing here. From here, we are going to see everything that we can do in this case by when we are building prompts to be used into our solutions. I wanted to show you an example of a prompt that I can build to mimic some of the things that we did just recently with the documents. I can, for example, create a new prompt here. It's going to tell me what some things that I can create with this prompt. I can use Copilot in this case as a preview to help me build this prompt, to help me build the prompt. So it's an inception thing, kind of thing. We also have examples. We have prompt libraries here to help me build my prompt, or I can start from fresh. I can close here. I have some examples here. For example, if I copy here and paste here, extract the team that will deliver the proof of concept, name it team from the provided document input, only keep the team name. So this is the prompt that I want to use as I did on the model. So what I need to change here from the document, I'm going to simply click the backlash, and I will tell you, I'm going to provide a document. If I click here, and then go to my folder and put, for example, this document. This is another statement of work that we use on the models. And if I click here, test, I will get the same results that I did on there. You see mic appliances in here. I don't have the I don't have a way to show you the PDF, but it's actually extracting the, maybe I do, I don't want to jinx it. Okay, it will work. Is in this case, mic appliance is already here. I didn't need to prepare the link, just create the field, do some modeling. I just built a prompt to do that. And sorry for the mix up, but it's the capabilities that I'm telling you that is evolving. We are evolving from using models to using prompts. I already have the prompt already created here, so we can see it work. If you create this prompt, you can use it in any other solution. You can use it, for example, in a Power Automate flow. When I receive a document, use this prompt to process this document and extract the team name. So I have also some capabilities here. For example, I can use the prompt library. I can, in the settings, these are the things that I told you that we are evolving. We can set the temperature, the record retrieval, and include links in the response of from where I got the information. I can also select which model I can use. We can use GPT 4.1. As you saw on many posts this morning, we also have GPT-5 in Copilot Studio, and it's actually going to evolve here pretty soon. And this is what I wanted to show you as well. We can use AI Foundry models that we already have to process this prompt. So if you have a team specialized or expert on doing this type of models in AI Foundry, you can ask them to do this work for you, and then integrate this into AI Builder. AI Builder is going to easy the way to integrate these capabilities into your solutions. We can set the output here to text or JSON, depending on what I need, and I can create as many as inputs that I want. You can just simply create dynamic prompts for your solutions. I'm going to give you the customer name. This is the address, extract the sentiment, perhaps doing some really cool stuff, or maybe and process that into a JSON so I can continue my workflow by using these prompts. Okay. I'm going to show you another place where we can use, in this case, AI Builder. For example, here we have a IT management solution that allows me to, I don't know, manage support tickets for my company. You can see this is on purpose. The application is on different language. The toolbar is on Spanish. The information that I get is in English. So this is an application that people that are talking many languages are using this application. But if I want to see, for example, this field is network issues, you have a network issue, the internet is down, maybe the person that is going to use this tool doesn't know how to understand English, and they want to be able to see this information, for example, in Spanish. Okay, so what can we, how can we use AI Builder to help us with this? We're going to go to the solution. That is this tab that I have here. This is the solution that I told you just before. This is where you can add some objects of your solution. We have the application, we have the tables, we have the all the configuration that we need to create that application that we just saw. Part of this application is the tickets table. We see that is the same data that we have there, the logging issues and all the stuff, but we are seeing, for example, maybe the backend of this application. Okay, so I would like to have a new field that will show me this description in Spanish, because that might be helpful for technical users. Okay, so what we need to create, Spanish. A new column that is called the Spanish description. Description. Okay. I'm not going to fill all the fields. And just going to select here. I'm going to create a prompt column. This is a really cool stuff. This is in preview. This is actually hot off the presses that allows me to build a column that is going to actually run a prompt for me, in allowing me to, with the information that I have on my field, on my record, I'm going to process information. Or maybe I can use related information from this table to gather information into a prompt and give me a result. So really, this is really cool stuff for us. So simply we just need to disable the allow form field assistance to make this work. And we just click here, and this is the same UI that we just saw to create, in this case, a prompt from the AI Builder Maker portal. So in here is telling me, for example, it creates an example prompt for me. But I have an example here that I just copy and then paste here. And what I want to do, extract this ticket description, and I'm going to give information here, translate it to Spanish, and only keep the translation. So what I'm going to do here, just replace this part, backslash, and it's actually telling me what is the knowledge that this prompt is going to use. And since I'm doing this from Dataverse, it's actually telling me, okay, this is the ticket table. This is from where we are going to use the information. So I click here, ticket, which field is holding the description, this one, and click add, and extract this ticket description from here, translate it to Spanish, and only keep the translation. So if I click here on test, it would actually translate the ticket description and put it here. Put it here. Put it here. Come on. You do it. Okay. The user has a question. Well, I don't know exactly the record that is using, but if I don't know exactly if this is actually working, I can click here on knowledge used, and it's going to tell me, oh, okay, these are the fields that I'm using from this table, that is the ticket table. And the first one, the description, user has a question, and trust me that el usuario tiene una pregunta, is in Spanish. Okay, so it's actually really good because you are debugging the result in real time. Okay, we also can change the output format to text or JSON, and we can even customize the JSON that we are going to get as a result from this prompt. But in this case, we are going to leave it at text. We have the same capabilities here on settings of the temperature and the record retrieval, and to select the model and all the stuff that we saw just early on in this case on prompting. In this case, we can add content from this knowledge. We cannot, for example, add a specific input because it will run on the same table or on the same related tables that are in the Dataverse. So we cannot provide, for example, in this case, a document or something like that. Okay. If we just hit save here, this field is going to get, it would create this field into our table. Okay. Just click save here. It's going to show me the prompt. I can edit the prompt later on or whatever that I need to do with that prompt, maybe improve it or maybe modify the JSON, and it will appear here. You will see that it's actually empty. It's not doing real-time data. Imagine that you're doing this on a table that has 5,000 rows. Imagine it running the prompt on all that. You will eat all the credits in no time. So what we are going to do, how it works is when the data is get updated, when you save the data, it actually runs the prompt. So what we need to do here, we go to the tables, we publish this table into our solution. And how this works, in everything in Power Platform, you build, you start creating, and everything is in draft mode until you publish the changes. Your users are not going to see the change. So we created the table. I just forgot something just to see the field. I'm going to edit the form that give me all the fields that are in that record, and I'm going to add this field. Yes, I already created one, so I'm going to add both. This is just okay because I was testing this just before this, and I simply put the same name. I forgot to delete the other one. Okay, but we are editing the form that is showing me the record information. And sorry that I need to publish again because I needed to make the change of the form first and then publish. Okay, so this is how it works on Power Platform. You build the stuff and then you publish. Okay, if I go here to the application and refresh,
Just one moment. Maybe the session is somehow stopped from the speaker. We are getting back in 1 minute. Mendoza, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Somehow I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Somehow something happened. So yeah. So welcome back again.
It's okay.
Welcome back again.
It's okay. You need to have something to wake up.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. The floor is yours again.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I did the changes to I created the column. I updated the form to see the information. I just refreshed the table. So if I click here, for example, in the login issue record, it's actually going to show me this information. And don't believe this one because this is the previous testing. Okay, let me change this from user cannot login. Probably a network card issue. I don't know, something. If I click here to save, it actually will run the prompt on this exact column, and believe me that it says the same information that you have in the description, in this case in Spanish. Okay. El usuario no puede iniciar sesión, probablemente un problema de la tarjeta de red. We are learning AI Builder and Spanish here in the session. Okay, so we have the form. We have seen how AI Builder can help us infuse AI into our solution by, I don't know, creating applications, adding prompting here. And speaking of prompting, we are also going to see how it works in this case in Power Automate. This is Power Automate, the maker portal of Power Automate is where we can create automations, many type of automations, integrations, everything that you might think about automating a task is done by using, in this case, Power Automate. We're going to create a new flow. In this case, we have many types of flows that we can create: an instant, an automated, a scheduled flow. But we are going to, for the sake of time, we're going to create a one that runs a prompt. I'm going to manually trigger this flow. And what I want to do with this flow, I want to get information that is on a document that is on SharePoint. I want to get the contents of that document, pass it through a prompt, and give me the result. You remember the prompt that we just created to extract the team that is actually working on the statement of work? Well, actually, exactly that. We're going to check, we're going to review all the connectors that we have available in Power Automate. We're going to get file content. In this case, from SharePoint. These are all the capabilities that I can do on SharePoint. It's actually telling me from where do you want me to get the file content. I want to get from this side. I want to get from this document library, and I want you to take this information from this actual document. From that content, I want you to run a prompt. It's actually showing me this the AI capabilities here. As you can see, there are many more. We have some stuff that is in preview because this is actually evolving. So I want you to run a prompt from information that you have you have been collecting or you have been processing from Power Automate. So which prompt do you want to run? I just created a prompt that is extraction prompt. This is the demo. If we go here to the prompts, this is the one that we created to extract the team that will deliver the proof of concept. So it's actually learning from that prompt that it needs a parameter, which is the document input. So I can click here. This is the file content that I just got from the get file content, put it here. And just to see the result, let me put here compose. And from that prompt, it will tell me the finished reason, the text that it got, the prediction output, the body, whatever that I want to put here. So I'm going to save this. This decompose action is actually just showing me information from whatever that I want, that I have in my flow. So I run all this information, secure the connection, and it's actually running from the document that is actually on SharePoint. If you see here, it's getting the file content from there, it's running the prompt. If I click here on the raw outputs from this execution, it's going to tell me here, I run this, it was a success, and the text is Team Mic Appliance. So if I look here and decompose, it gives me all the information. I can just, I don't know, I want just the text or the 3 steps or the tokens or whatever that I want from as a result of running that prompt from my document that I just extracted that information. I can do whatever that I need to do on this workflow. For example, think about I'm putting some contracts in this document library that I have on SharePoint. Everyone can put the information there. That we have a prompt that is going to extract that information and put some metadata on that on those documents and put that on, I don't know, on SAP or another provider that needs that information extracted for me. So it's really a good tool to integrate into our workflows. Okay, so these are examples of what we can do or how AI Builder is present on almost every part of Power Platform. I don't have time to show you all the places that we have AI Builder, but these are just examples of what you can do with this. Okay, so just by moving on a little bit, I'm going to show you a little part of the slides here again. Okay, where we are going to discuss the pricing model. You can get credits to use AI Builder from an add-on that will allow you to have many AI credits. In this case, there's 1 million credits, or you can get those by integrating Power Platform licensing in your solutions. In this case, for example, the capacity add-on that you have on AI Builder, it allows you to by paying the $500 US, it will allow you to have 1 million credits in your tenant. So you can put, for example, 1,000 in one environment, 10,000 in another environment, and distribute all those credits into all the environments that you have in your company to use those credits. In the case of Power Platform licensing, if your company already has, I don't know, a Power Apps premium license or Power Automate premium license, depending on the license, you will have 200, 500, or 5,000 credits available for you. So it depends on what license that you have on your company, or maybe you can use the capacity add-on to infuse AI, all these AI capabilities into your tenant. Here, you will see that is the AI Build rate card that is available on the Power Platform licensing guide that is available on the internet from August 2025, where you will see the translation on if I use an AI prompt by using GPT-4o Mini, it will cost me 1 credit or 3 credits or whatever that it might need. For example, if you need to train your models, it's going to be a free. It's going to cost you nothing. But if you are, for example, you're using the prediction model, it will cost you 1 credit for 5 rows, 10 credits for 1 row. It depends. But this is a table that it will allow you to have a prediction of the cost that your solution is going to be costing to your to your customers. Okay, so this information, let me end this here just to provide you with some links that I'm going to show you later on a post on LinkedIn about the licensing. Just a little example here. In this case, if you go to the Power Automate pricing page, you will see the AI Builder credits that you will get from getting 1 license. In this case, for example, a Power Automate premium license, it will give you 5,000. Maybe that's enough for you to create this the solutions that you need to use AI with just one license of $15 a month. You will see this link where you can see all the capabilities where you can get AI Builder credits into your solutions. The add-on that will give you 1 million Power Apps Premium that is actually giving you 500 AI Builder tokens and stuff like that. So you can have this table to know how many tokens that you have. And if you have credits, sorry. If you have access to the admin center of our platform, if you go here to licensing, you will see that is the use of AI Builder is not as straightforward as, for example, in this case, Power Apps, where you can see here, you have as this Power Apps premium license, you have these trials, you have this information. So you can see actually the licenses that are available for you. In this case, as we discussed, that AI Builder is an add-on. If I go here to capacity add-ons and go a little bit further here, you will see all the credits that you have here. You have 5,000 credits of 500 assigned into your environments. How you assign those credits? Go here to add-ons, assign to an environment, go here, for example, this development environment. I can just simply assign 1,000 credits for this environment. And then you have all other capabilities here to review how many credits are being used and just to monitor all this information. Okay, but all this information and all these links, I'm going to show you those in a post on LinkedIn after this session. And just finishing up this, I don't know if you have any questions or perhaps I don't know, just rate my session to see if you like all the information that I got you for here.
Hi, Mendoza. Thank you so much for the session. The thing is that we have a lot of questions in our QA section in Microsoft Teams. So if you see the QA sections, we have a lot of questions like so-called, like one question is very interesting, that before we need to write some low codes, for example, concat function, do we need to do this in the new update of AI Builder?
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch that.
I mean, he or she tried to ask something like before they need to use the concat function to get the information from the so-called like text to the image to the text. So do we need it in this new update of AI Builder?
Well, actually, yes, it depends on what you're actually trying to do, because as we saw, you can use models, you can use in this case the credits, or maybe you can use the licenses that you have there. So yes, you don't need to apply directly the add-on of AI Builder. You can start using the credits that you have on your license, and you can start using that right away. If you don't have anything, it will actually tell you that you don't have AI Builder, and you can start a trial. So you can start testing everything that you want on your environment. So it's possible that you can start using it right away just by clicking on a trial if you don't have license, and start doing stuff like that. Okay, I didn't know that we have the questions on the Q&A, but I'm going to review those and start answering them. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mendoza, for your time today. And we really like your demo and your explanations of this sessions. And I hope you will be there for the other sessions, and you will enjoy the other sessions as well from our speakers. So thank you so much again for your time. And now we have our next speaker, Kasam Sheikh. He's from India. And Kasam, can you hear me? Kasam, can you hear me? Hello, Kasam, can you hear me? Okay, maybe Kasam is muted, but just give us a few minutes time so that we can save this session for our YouTube channels, so that you can watch these sessions later. Just one moment. Okay, cool. Kasam, can you hear me? Or maybe you can you're mute basically. We cannot hear you clearly. Or mm. Okay, so Kasam cannot unmute yourself, unmute himself, but he want to rejoin the call again, just for two more minutes, maybe for Kasam. So. Hi, Kasam. We can see you, but we cannot hear you actually. Okay, so Kasam have some technical issues from his side, so he'll be online maybe in a few minutes. So. And in the meantime, we will send the feedback form for our presentation for our speakers. So we are requesting you to fill up the feedback form so that we can like improve our sessions in the next time. So yes, just give us a few minutes so the customer can join. Sorry, our speaker is taking a little bit time, and we are trying to onboard him on the call. So just give us a few minutes. We are part of for this. Okay, audience. So Kasam have the problem with his Microsoft Teams, so that he cannot join the call, and he's trying to fix it out. So we will wait for 10 more minutes. Otherwise, he told us that he will record the call, record the session, and he will send it us for our YouTube channel. And if he cannot come, then we will onboard our next speaker within 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for your long time waiting, and we are so sorry for this inconvenience. So our next speaker is already onboarded here. Ragnar, can you hear me? Ragnar, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Super,
I can
super.
I can hear you loud and clear. Just give me 1 more minute, and then I will be right with
Sure,
you.
sure.
So I'm currently here on vacation in Spain. I just arrived, and
So you are in Spain now.
I'm in Spain now. Exactly. The
Oh,
weather was so incredible bad in Germany that I had to leave Germany.
yeah. And our first speaker also was from Spain. He spoke about from the Spain basically. So today is our Spain day maybe. Yeah, a lot of our speakers from Spain today. So
Okay,
how are you?
awesome.
How are you?
Thank you. I'm really fine. I'm so happy now that I have like 1 week here of a vacation and also much
Mhm.
better weather. So I couldn't be more happy.
Super nice. So
So
let me introduce you first to the audience. So here we have the Ragnar. He's from Germany, and he's our our one of the best Microsoft MVP from now. In our Europe or maybe the whole globally, and he will speak about the Copilot prompting in Cloud AI Desktop, and then how can we improve our governance for Microsoft 365 Copilot Studio and the agents. So we are so excited because this is, I want to learn about this governance and security stuff basically. So this session will be very helpful for me as well. So thank you so much for your time, Ragnar, and I hope we can start in 1 minute, maybe in 1 minute. And this floor is yours now. Thank you.
super. Thank you so much. So just let me know if I can start right now, or should I wait one more minute?
You can no, you can start. It's okay. You can start because
Okay, super.
audience is waiting
Yeah.
basically. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So the session is all about governance for MC5 Copilot agents. It's one of my most interesting topic because I deal with this governance topic now since sharp in 2007, I guess. In the title, I wrote from Copilot prompting to Claude Desktop. I actually wished to give you also some Claude Desktop ways how I'm going to work with agents. But when I was submitting the session, I thought it would be possible, but now I'm still using MCP servers in Cloud Desktop. But to build an agent in Cloud Desktop isn't working because the MCP integration in Copilot Studio is still limited. So we're missing some arguments. So I cannot show you how to create agents here in Cloud Desktop. But yeah, when I was submitting, I had the idea of showing it. But anyway, it will be an interesting session where we go very deep into governance. But before I go too deep, let me first introduce myself. I'm Ragnar Heiner, working here at Hansvision, which is part of Bechtle, as a business development manager around everything for Microsoft. I'm a MVP now since 8 times for M65 and also for Copilot. I'm very excited to share with you that I've just signed a book contract at the publishing house called Pact. I'm going to write a book now around a Copilot for enterprises, and I literally signed the contract 1 hour ago, which is very exciting for me. I've got 2 video live streams running. One with the Alex and Ragnar show with Alex Eggers and Nicole Wiskop here from Germany. Also with the American MVPs Joy Apple and Chris Buckley. It's called Guardians of MC5 Governance. So I do a lot in conference talks, podcasts, blog posts, and everything can be found at ragnarheil.de. And by the way, I already talked about Claude Desktop. I have a Medium publication running about MCP servers, so I'm very interested to know everything around MCP. And if you are also interested in learning, sharing, talking, writing, at medium.com about MCP servers, I'm happy to approve your blog post. So just go to Medium and then write something, and then I can approve it, and then we will learn and publish and write together about MCP servers. Yeah, short thing about Hans Vision. We are 120 people in Germany. We are an M65 consulting company, part of Bechtle. Bechtle has got now 16,000 employees. And yeah, it's all about M65 model workplace. I do most of the Copilot workshops, but we also have a partner for AI, hybrid and AI on premises. So yeah, quite a large company. And Copilot and governance are one of my two major topics. So I'm very happy to talk with you about why governance is relevant, why AI matters also for the EU AI Act. Then we talk about all the out-of-the-box solutions. And then we finalize and finish and wrap up with the third-party tools, which help to fill gaps. And then we have maybe also a lot of time for open questions. So let me first start. What is governance and why is it so important for my business? And how you can also prevent to get headaches, because governance topics can be a headache topic, and that's what we would like to prevent. So the whole idea is to give you a peace of mind. That's what I want to really help you to focus on your work, even if you're on the customer side or on the consulting side. But peace of mind is the most important thing when caring about governance. And we have a lot of topics. So when we talk about AI agents, there is one topic about the administration. We need to talk about classifications, which is relevant for compliance. So our AI agents need to be classified for the EU AI Act, which I'm going to talk in 1 minute. We also have to talk about naming conventions, that we can really find the most valuable and the best agents. We have to talk about responsibilities. We need to make sure to make access reviews, like once a month or maybe once a quarter. We talk about lifecycle management and the automation and the automated deletion of agents, because otherwise we will end up in an agent sprawl where we are going to create multiple agents, and some are working great, others are failing down, and they create error messages and only create cost. But we need to make sure how to decide when agents can also be archived or deleted. So lifecycle management is currently broken for agents. We need to take care to find the lifecycle, which starts with who can create agents. When the agent is running, who is going to approve the agent? And when the agent is approved, who takes care about the costs? Is this agent, which costs 1,000 euros every single month, is the value of the agent good enough? Or does the agent need to be taken down because it costs 1,000 euros, but the value is just too less? So we need to have in this life cycle conversation a return of investment conversation. Because at the end, we see the costs measured in Azure. We can measure it. But if we need this conversation about when should we take down agents because they're too expensive, and then we take it down and finish their life cycle. And this needs to be decided. So we need to decide who manage the agents, who manage the life cycle process. We need to talk about who owns the agents and what happens when the person is offboarded and left the company. And we need to talk about typical pitfalls. So many people are not really clear about which agent do I need for this use case. Do I need a SharePoint agent? Do I need a declarative agent, a semi-autonomous agent, an autonomous agent, building Copilot Studio, built in Azure AI? So we need to find out which type of agent fits to the specific use case. And we also have the Microsoft agents, like the researcher and the analyst and the project manager and the employee self-service. So a lot of new agents are coming. And the number one question will be, for which use case do I need which agent type and which agent builder is needed for which use case? Yeah. And then the big risk of oversharing. We need to care about the things. I'm talking this SharePoint 2007. We talk about roles, rights, access, permissions, who can they be shared internally, who can this agent be shared externally. So sometimes to my customers, I sound like a broken record because I talk about this permission and roles all the time since the SharePoint 2007, but it's the same questions like we had over the last time. I read a really good study which I can recommend to you. It was published by IDC. It's a researcher company. It was published in December 2024, and they said, what are the top barriers for AI and agent adoption? And they found out that the biggest barrier would be the lack of AI governance and risk management. So this is the top. So governance is the top #1 reason why AI adoption is missing, is failing, and the introduction of Copilot and the introduction of agents will fail. The project will fail if you do not care about risk management and governance. So that was for me a big eye opener. And then when we talk about the critical capabilities of AI platforms, of agents, is the customer said in this interview, in the study, they need dashboards to assess, monitor, and drive and do actions on risk management. So that's very important. So dashboards and reports are so crucial. And that's the reason why I'm talking in my presentation now a lot about dashboards and reports. And then we focus on SharePoint Advanced Management. We focus on PureView, data security posture management, and third-party tools like EasyLife, ShareGate, Rancor, and others. So it's going to be very tool-focused because this is, according to IDC, the #1 topic why also why there are barriers in AI adoption. Yes, I'm in the European Union. The EU AI Act is now alive and kicking, and since the 2nd of August, we have the Chapter 7. You don't need to read here every single line. The Chapter 7 is now live. It is activated, and the Chapter 7 is all about, you guess it, governance. So my favorite topic, governance, is now live since the 2nd of August, just a few days. And if we don't care about governance, which means we need to classify our agents, we need to make a transparent documentation that we have trained all end users, and we have to write everything down. So the whole introduction of agents, the life cycle, the training for the end users, it needs to be written down. Otherwise, there will be consequences like penalties up to 35 million euros or 7% of the annual global revenue. So there will be penalties from the European Union. So AI is in focus. Agents are so important, but we need to make sure from the European point of view, we need to make sure that we care about governance since August 2nd, 2025. I really like this IDC Agent AI framework because this is the big picture where we care about regulations and law as Europeans. We care about standards. We care about things like risk management and control mechanisms, because with control mechanisms, we want to control the models, the application layer, like user interfaces, like we want to do monitoring. And then we also care about managing our stakeholders, organizing trainings for the end users, creating awareness, creating inspiring end users, creating a hype for agents. So this whole picture needs to be part of an AI framework. And in my opinion, every single tool, every single module is important. And we should not only focus on the prompt engineering part. If we only focus on the technical part, it's too less. Yes, prompt engineering is important. We love prompts. We use prompts every single day. But to make a project a big success, we need to look at the complete framework and not only on the prompt part and the technical parts. I grabbed a screenshot from Microsoft about the top 10 recommendations of getting tenant governance right with Copilot, and this also applies for agents. So the #1 recommendation from Microsoft is when building agents in MC5 Copilot on Copilot Studio is you need self-service for this working rooms, for the working spaces, like Teams and like SharePoint. You need an approval that the end user can say, listen, I need a new SharePoint site, a new Teams, and this has the right classifications from PureView, the right naming conventions, the right apps, the right agents attached. Number two, we care about PureView sensitivity labels. And the PureView sensitivity labels should be easy, like 3, 4, 5 labels, like external, non-confidential, internal, non-confidential, internal confidential, and internal strictly highly confidential and top secret. So easy naming conventions, and just like maximum like 5 labels, and not like I heard from one customer who's introducing 20 or 25 labels. That's completely far too much for the end users. They will not accept it. Compliance and governance needs to be accepted by the end users, and therefore we need simplicity here. And that's what I'm talking here in number 6. We need to train the employees. We need to show them the value of compliance, the value of governance, the value of working with sensitivity labels for information protection, for data classification, for archiving, for deletion, for auto deletion of content. Super important. And number 7, if you are working with PureView labels and you have organized everything fine, make test cases. Test your system. Build a dummy salary Excel sheet or a dummy Word document about a new acquisition and test it. If others can find this highly sensitive document, make tests and find the needle in the haystack. Number 8, care about the lifecycle management, which is completely broken because the end users ask for licenses like Copilot, like Copilot Studio, but they don't give it away when they're not using it. They onboard people, but they don't offboard people. They ask for new SharePoint and Teams, but they don't archive and they don't delete. They create new content, but they don't delete the content, and then the agent is going to hallucinate. And then they say, oh, the agent doesn't work and Copilot is rubbish because we get so many hallucinations. Yeah, if you don't delete content, if you are always in the hunter and collector state, then of course, you will get hallucinations. Number 10, really have reports around oversharing and inventory and know your risks. So the built-in tools for Microsoft is a mixture of M65 Admin Center, PureView. We care about PureView data classification and sensitivity labels, data loss prevention. We care about the labels for retention policies. We look at the compliance core. We care about, not always, but there is a nice tool called communication compliance. Very difficult here in Germany. And then I show you later DSPM, data security posture management, which was designed for agents and designed for AI. Then we have on the Defender side the device management. We have also the policies for lifecycle management. We have identity access management. We have the SharePoint advanced management. Yeah. So these are the built-in modules, and I'm going to start right now with the SharePoint advanced management, which is not my favorite tool for governance for SharePoint agents, but it's okay, and it's now free. So if you purchase like one single Copilot license, you will get SharePoint Advanced Management Pro for free, which is a great news because in the past it was like €3.60 and now it's free. So with this SharePoint Advanced Management, you get 10 in white insights. You see immediately your actions. You see immediately what you should do, how you should, what you should decide. So this tool is since a few years on the market, but in the last weeks, it has improved massively. And that's why I'm gaining confidence. In the past, I never recommended it because it has a price tag, but now it's free. And I see much more improvement because Microsoft understood why governance is important and why they need to talk about governance with their end users. So when you go to SharePoint Advanced Management, you just start with a free assessment. So you just click here on Start Free Assessment if your organization, if your SharePoint environment is Copilot and agent ready. And then you see findings. You see findings like inactive sites or sites, SharePoint sites with missing ownership, sites with broken inheritance, because everybody is clicking on share. And if you click on share, then the inheritance is broken. You look at unrestricted internal sharing with OneDrive. In EEU is not a European Union name, it's the share everything except external users. So everyone except external users. This is EEU. It's not a European Union. Yeah. So this whole oversharing, where you overshare in SharePoint, you overshare in OneDrive, where you do not share with the people, with a certain person. Like I share with Jodo until the end of October. No, you just share with everyone who can access this thing. You share with everyone in the organization. And this kind of oversharing is a big issue for Copilot, because Copilot has too much content, and due to this broken lifecycle I explained, this is a big risk that the sensitive documents and the salary sheet will be found. So you get the findings. You see immediately in SharePoint Advanced Management the recommended steps, like download the report, and then you can immediately start an access review. You can restrict access to the sites. You can also restrict content. So you restrict Copilot. That's the pitch. You get a report, you get recommendations, and then you start lifecycle management, and you also can restrict Copilot immediately. So let's look here at the lifecycle part. You see the inactive site policies, the site owner policies, the site attestation policies. It works pretty good. The only disadvantage is you always need to click and run the report. So other tools, they are running 24/7, night and day. But in SharePoint Advanced Management, I always have to kick the report and do a manual run, and then I need to wait a few hours or days. So that's a little bit painful. But as I mentioned, it's a free tool. To control oversharing, you get a so-called permission state report, which is quite comprehensive. And with this report, you see the amount of broken inheritance in SharePoint. You see extreme oversharing with everybody in the organization. You see also the links which are shared. So you get a very nice report with concrete actions, and immediately you can do and restrict access and fix the broken inherited permissions. So it's not a report, it's also actions are included. One thing which I always recommend to my customers is you need to fix this life cycle and do access reviews, because the end users always ask for new SharePoints and Teams, but they don't really go and check if the SharePoint and Teams and Viva Engage communities still have the right people. And then you go once a month. You can use Microsoft tools. You can use Rancor, EasyLife, ShareGate, AvePoint. There are so many tools on the market, but you need this access review where the owners have to check SharePoint, Viva, and Teams if the right people are in this workspace. Otherwise, offboard them or onboard new people and check if the permissions are right, like owners and ordinary members. So this needs to be done like once a month, or minimum once a quarter. And it is not a task of IT, because IT does not know what's going on in this Viva Engage, SharePoint, and Teams. They don't know. So the owners should do this access review, which is usually a short chat message in Teams, and then they just open it, and it shouldn't take more than 1 minute. They need to do the access review with Microsoft tools like we're having here, or with third-party tools. Very, very important topic. And then you get at the end a snapshot of broken permissions, if default sharing for everyone is activated or not, site privacy, public or private, shared without or with sensitivity labels, and hopefully this is going to improve. So that's the whole idea, that the snapshot now from August will be better compared to the snapshot from July. And this is how the access review should look like. You get an email here from Microsoft where you have to do the review using an email, and it's just one single click on this hyperlink, and it shouldn't take more than a few seconds. Huge improvement. Any questions so far around the SharePoint Advanced Management topic here with broken permissions? You can also see, hey, there is one site called finance or whatever, and there is no sensitivity label. Why should a finance page not have a sensitivity label? Well, here in my screenshot, it's fine. Here the finance label has got top secret, which is awesome, but it could be that you see this SharePoint site is made public to too many users. There is no label. The title is finance or HR or legal, so it's a sensitive site, overshared but without labels. So multiple issues in one single report. Yeah, and also to fix this, option number 1 is to work with a new thing called restricted content discovery. Microsoft called lovely RCD. So here you can go into your SharePoint site information and click on Restrict Copilot from access this site. So this is the option number 1, SharePoint site, and then Restrict Copilot from accessing. The second option would be PowerShell. The third option would be Data Security Posture Management. And the last option would be in the M65 SharePoint Admin Center, and do it here from the SharePoint site level. So four different ways how Copilot can be restricted from accessing. So that's a screenshot here from the SharePoint Admin Center where I can restrict Copilot. In the past, it was only possible to restrict also search and Copilot, but now it's improved, and search can still access it, but Copilot does not have access. So it's like a robots TXT for Copilot. And the other topic is restricted access control, where we work with RUG and the Copilot policy, and Copilot honors this restricted access controls. So work with it because Copilot also uses these policies. Okay, any questions on the SharePoint side before I jump on the PureView compliance part? I'm not going to do a deep dive PureView presentation here. I'm just focusing on the latest. Yes, Resvano, please.
Hi, there is a question in our Q&A option in Microsoft Teams about a SharePoint Advanced Management now completely free. If there is a Microsoft 365 Copilot license in the tenant, or is this just the function depending on Copilot implementation? Maybe you can see the Q&A session in your Microsoft Teams.
Yes, let me check. Unfortunately, I'm currently traveling and I have only one laptop here with me. So let me just when I'm finished with the presentation, because here without two screens it's a little bit difficult to move around. Let me finish until the end.
Okay.
Let me also short have a look at the time. 1 second. Oh, let me just do a thought look. So it's 11:40. I have time until when? Like 12? What's the plan?
Yes, 12. Yeah. 12 is good. Yeah.
12. Okay, super. Okay, now I'm going to look directly here into the chat. 1 second, it's loading. Yes, question, how the credit works. This was the other conference. AI Builder. Oh, that's a good question. Currently, the AI Builder is free. Thanks for this question. And need.
Ragnar, the questions of AI Builder and AI Credit, this is from the previous
previous one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You have only one question there. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Could you please be so kind and repeat your question again? M65 license. What was your question again, please?
No. The question was that is SharePoint Advanced Management now completely free? And if there is a Microsoft 365 Copilot license in the tenant, or is this just the functions depending on Copilot implementation?
Yes, if you have one single M65 Copilot license, then SharePoint Advanced Management Pro is free. So you just need one single license. So you don't need to license every kind of user. You just need one single license in your tenant, and then you will get SharePoint Advanced Management for free. And you need to assign this license to the person who accesses SharePoint Advanced Management. So hopefully this answers the question.
Oh, hopefully so.
Now, super. Now I'm just waiting a little bit.
But your video is paused somehow.
Yeah, I'm just having troubles here with Teams. Let me just try to fix it. I'm trying to share, but it doesn't open. So let me just go and. Sorry, just give me please 20 seconds. I would like to close a few other windows.
Yes.
Something is currently so once again. Great recommendation for all speakers. Please close as many windows as you can. Otherwise, your environment freezes. Oh, I really love Teams, but sometimes you try to click on a button and it doesn't do anything. Once again. So I'm complaining a lot. Now it's better. Okay. So you can see my screen again.
Just loading. There's a black screen, but maybe it will take a few seconds.
Okay. So DSPM, Data Security Posture Management, was called AI Hub a few weeks ago. Now it's called DSPM, renamed. I would like to introduce it to you because this is the most important tool for agents and for Copilot in general. So here, one of the first things what you do when entering it is you go into the risk assessment and you really start to run your first risk assessment. So you literally give access to your SharePoint environment, run the risk assessment. You maybe have to also wait, I don't know, a few hours or maybe also 1 or 2 days. Yes, please.
But the screen is all.
Can you see it?
The screen is paused basically. This is not moving.
It is not moving.
Your window is not moving somehow.
Oh my God. So okay, sorry for all this trouble here. I'm going to reshare again.
No problem.
I'm going to reduce my video here. Actually, I'm sitting here next to the router. So please let me know if you can see my screen.
It's loading. Yes, you can see the data risk assessment. So yeah.
Okay, super. Yeah. So Data Security Posture Management, a wonderful, beautiful name, formerly known as AI Hub, is the #1 solution in PureView around agents. And what I always recommend is really start with the data risk assessment, because you do not need to define your own assessment. You can just use the preset, the default assessment delivered by Microsoft. So you just run the assessment. It can be assessment around financial data, like which credit cards are in your SharePoint Teams environments. It can be an assessment around, let's say, a medical data. It can be an assessment around other sensitive data like passports and identity cards and social insurance numbers, or driver's licenses. So it's running a data risk assessment. As I said, it can take hours. It can also take a few days. And then when the assessment is run, you can also export it. So what we can see here from our first assessment is it has found 481 items or findings or matches. And here it says that a lot of data, which is, for example, medical data, is not labeled as sensitive. So here we can see that in my company, I've decided I would like to use labels. I would like to work with data classification, with labels. So that's totally fine. Everybody wants to do it. But here I can see that a lot of sensitive data are found and they are not labeled. And that's something where we have to work on, because data needs to be labeled differently. Some data are very company confidential. Other data are not really company confidential, but they have personal information like PII data, as I mentioned, passport numbers, credit card numbers. So here I can see that I need to start labeling again, because otherwise maybe Copilot can find it, or it is not used for automated deletion and archiving. All the assessments can also be exported into Excel, CSV files, and so on. And I can also see the amount of people who are using it. So maybe there is a very, very sensitive information about financial data, and then I can see, oh my God, this data is not labeled, and I don't know, 2,700 people are currently accessing this data. So I need to make sure that I'm going to protect this data, prevent that Copilot is looking into it, because too many people have access to this data and looking at this data. So it's mixing up report about unlabeled data in SharePoint OneDrive Teams with adoption reports, where you can see how heavily it is shared and how heavily it is used. And then at the end, it's helping you to do concrete actions. So it's not only identifying it and giving you a report, it's going to help you to protect it. And protecting, and this is one of the most important messages here, is you can protect it also on that Copilot agents can access it. There is a new PureView label. There's a new PureView sensitivity property, which is called extract. And if you want to prevent that Copilot can access your document, your Excel sheet, your PDF, your picture, your scan, then you need to uncheck this property called extract. And that's something what we do in this rule. So we create data protection rules to make sure that this single object, which is very, very sensitive, cannot be indexed and crawled by Copilot. So we restrict it from Copilot and from the Copilot agents. And this is very important, because 10 minutes ago, I've showed you how to restrict Copilot from a whole SharePoint site. But maybe this is too general. Maybe you say, listen, there is in this SharePoint site, Copilot should access this SharePoint site, but there are just 5 documents which are very sensitive, where Copilot should not have access. And then you go deeper and work with PureView, and you go on the object and on the file level, and you click on this property and you uncheck the property called extract, and then Copilot cannot access it. So that means you are always balancing between giving Copilot the access to everything and using the right permissions in your SharePoint and Teams, or you just restrict the whole SharePoint site, or you restrict just one single file object, and then you need this pure view feature here, which I'm just showing to you. Yeah. And then at the end, people are prompting, oh, please summarize the current status of this merger. And it says, listen, this merger document is restricted. I cannot share it with you because the merger is not published as a press release. So I'm not giving you any kind of information. It's not a press release yet. Very important. So it's protecting you from seeing critical and sensitive financial data. It could also be if you ask, oh, where does Susie Müller from marketing department lives privately? And says, no, listen, I'm not going to give you any private information. And then even if the address of this marketing colleague would be there, Copilot would not give out this information. The same for please share with me the salary list 2025, or what's the salary of Jodo in the IT department. Copilot does not give any kind of information because it is trained with pure view labels not to give out information, even if this information would be, would exist. So very important thing. So here you can see that also the sensitivity labels are going to be inherited. So Copilot is getting information or is not getting any kind of information because these labels are inherited, and the access control is honored. So actually you just need to make sure, as I mentioned, that you need to care about access rights, access reviews, the permissions in SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, emails, and then work with classification and work with labels, and then the agent readiness is increasing massively. So it's a mixture of manual work, it's a mixture of auto classification in pure view, but it is very, very relevant because currently you're building your agents, and you need to make sure that these agents are going to be a success and not a critical part for the whole company. To start easily, start just with a pilot, work with SharePoint Advanced Management, start with a pure view audits. This little pilot should take you between 2 and 4 days. Please also talk to me. I can also check if we can get free workshops from Microsoft to you. So just drop me a short email, and then I can look in our partner center system if you are eligible for free workshops. This would be an easy start. If you have decided that pure view would be the right choice for you, then we go into a longer workshop, which take between 2 and 4 weeks around SharePoint Advanced Management, governance tools, and pure view. And then if this is deployed, we go in the operational phase, and then we always make sure that you understand the reports, that you do actions, and the reports are helpful for you to decide and to do concrete actions and make your system and your tenant harder and more compliant and safer for everybody to work. Let's take 5 more minutes of the value of third-party governance tools. There are many tools on the market. I work with most of the vendors. I work with EasyLife, Solutions to Share, AvePoint, Rancor, Orchestrated, CoreView. So I work with most of them. Rancor currently has one huge benefit because Rancor is the only one who is caring about all these workloads. You can see here on the screenshot. Other tools are very, very strong in Teams governance, for example. But Rancor is the strongest if you care about all these M65 applications. And the other benefit is Rancor provides a 360 overview about the whole tenant. We can see, hey, where is my score for compliance, my score for costs, for agent sprawl, my score for security, for adoption of agents. So you see a 360 degrees view in one single browser window. And if you would have the same without Rancor, you would need to go to many different admin centers. MC5 admin center, SharePoint admin center, Power Platform admin center, Viva Insights. So you would need to get to have many different browser windows open. And with Rancor, you get this 360 view about your score and where you need to improve and how to get from 70 to 80 and from 80 to 90 and to 100% compliance and governance. And then the biggest thing is also that you can control costs. Azure is very strong in cost estimations and cost control, but with the agents, we're trying to find out how to measure costs, because sometimes I'm producing an agent where I say, listen, this agent is doing a great job, but it should not cost more than 50 euros a month. Other agents are so powerful, they can cost maybe 1,000 euros a month. But anyway, you would like to estimate costs, because it cannot be that you start with agents and then your CFO comes to you and says, the agents are currently costing have a price tag of 10,000 euros a month. Are you kidding me? I know that you're playing around with agents, but now we have a invoice of 10,000 euros. So you need to make sure to control the agents. Also, the agents sometimes need to be taken off, need to be deleted, because the price of the agents are defined by the amount of Power Automate flow steps. If your agent has got 10 different Power Automate steps, each step costs 5 cents. If the agent has got 10 steps, the price would be 50 cents. And if the agent runs 10 times a day, it would be 5 euros. And this is difficult to estimate, and Rancor really helps here to set budgets and also to see when the budget threshold is violated. Other topics where Rancor provides value is report around agent sprawl, where you see, hey, this agent has got too many users or has got too much access, and we didn't plan to allow access to our CRM, and we didn't allow to have access to our service, to our support ticket tool, and we didn't allow to have access to our ERP like SAP. So here we can see the amount of agents which are increasing, and adoption is great. So agent sprawl is just a symptom of highly used agents. So that's what I want. But we need to make sure that we are supporting the right agents, and not the agents which provide zero value or also are failing because they are not working right. Because then you have got agents which are producing money, but at the last 80%, they are just failing because they have error messages. So we also need to care about agent operational excellence, because we only want the agents who are working great and providing value. Yeah, so here we need this conversation about agent lifecycle management and operational excellence. And adoption, of course, if we want to start with agents, we also have to measure how many agents were built in the last weeks, months, years, and to see which kind of agents are published and created. So that's also a very important topic. And then when we see that some threshold were kicked and violated, then we can create an automation and say, listen, please inform by email our IT person for agents, or please send a chat message to the whole IT team that the agents are currently kicking our monthly budget. So can really do automations and be informed by email, by Teams chats, or using webhooks and getting this information into your IT ticket management tool by using webhooks or Azure functions. So very important. If you are in this phase of building agents and working with agents, it's a cultural topic, and this cultural topic also means that you have to care about learning, changing ideas, learning together, sharing what goes great, sharing what does not go well. So here, please use Teams, use Viva Engage to share your experiences with building agents, with prompting. use surveys like Viva Pulse, spread communication using Viva Amplify with highlights, communicate highlights using Viva Amplify, to that everybody can see that the agents are creating value, that you're really investing in these agents. So it's a lot of big topic. So this change management and communication is very important because we all want to learn, listen, and optimize. That's what we are doing right now. Just a short picture of how we are running agent implementation here at Hans Vision. Customer has decided to go for agents. We create agent use cases in use case workshops. Then we gather the requirements based on the use cases. Then we create a governance concept. We choose the technology for the agents. Then we write down the technical concept. We implement them, and then we just improve and improve. And governance is always part of the improvement process. Yes, so please, here's one, a QR code. Please send it to me if you want to have more conversations around governance. I'm very happy to jump with you on a call and talk about your requirements. And let me know if there are some questions, and please connect with the community. There are so many different ways. For me, it's difficult to highlight one community because I'm literally everywhere. We have communities in tech communities, Microsoft. We have Discord groups. We have got WhatsApp groups. We are on LinkedIn. So just find your favorite community. It can be LinkedIn, it can be Reddit, it can be WhatsApp, but just be part of the community and talk with us. This will be really important. We highly appreciate it because this whole agent topic and prompting topic is so new for us since 2-3 years. We need to learn because we were not born as a prompt specialist and agent builder. And please share feedback with me. Thanks so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer more questions here to you.
Thank you, Ragnar, for your time, for your effort, and also for this super excited sessions today. And yes, we are expecting that so much questions from our social media because this session is actually broadcasting in the social media as well. So we will make the we'll make the list of the questions from the social media and we will send it to you. And also you can see the questions and the queries in the social media channels as well. So, but now right now we don't have any questions in our QA in a QA part. So that I think we don't have any question. No, we don't have any questions. So yeah. So thank you so much, Ragnar, for your time today, and I hope you will be here for with us for the next 3 to 3 hours because our speakers, our next speaker will speak in few minutes. So you can enjoy his session as well. Thank you so much, Ragnar, for your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So now next speaker is Aramas. Aramas, can you hear me? Aramas, can you please unmute yourself and try to...
Hello. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. Audience, so we have our next speaker, Aramas. He is from Lithuania, and he is the CEO and founder of a very, very exciting, excited company. I know that he will explain you about this company. This company name is APG Media, and he will speak about something very crazy, that how you get exactly what you want from AI. Like, like few days I'm trying to get some information from AI and I have to write again and again the prompt, and still I'm confused that which result is right and which result is wrong. But maybe now after his session I will learn something new. So thank you so much, Aramas, for your time today. And this floor is now yours, and you will have 45 to 50 minutes because after that we will get a 15 minutes of break, and that's why you have time and you can take your time. Okay. Thank you so much. The floor is yours now.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for inviting me. So let's start probably with a little bit of introduction and background. So just like mostly all of you, I'm in AI since day one when we had this amazing opportunity to work with the tools that are relevant for our clients. And probably since day one, I also started working and playing with APIs. So APIs were the things that got me most excited. And this is where I started understanding the actual power of AI, and not just, ability to put something in and get something out, but to create systems and create systems at scale, which can either solve the problems at scale, or that can help and build solutions to my clients that can help them. We are a marketing agency, and mainly most of the things that we focus on are marketing related. So this is how prompting was also a very large part of our job. So let's, after this very brief introduction, let me jump into the window, and let me share the screen and all the slides that I have prepared for you. So, okay, this is something that we have, and let me share it and let me check. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, awesome. So the slides are on. Let me just make sure that they are full screen. Is everything clear? Do you see everything? And is everything properly seen? I guess so. So today we talk about prompting for precision, and how to get exactly what you want from AI. Today's table of content mainly follows two things. So one of them is prompting techniques, and the other one are free tools to use. These free tools are developed by our company. All of them have some kind of AI solutions running in the background, and we created them mainly in the beginning for our own use. But then we realized that simply, first of all, some of our clients also, might benefit from using them, and then I just keep sharing them, to the rest of the world, because it's already created. So why not share them with the wider audience and let people, benefit from everything that is created? So this is a great quote, which actually is created by AI, instructed by me using a prompt. And the quote is clearly simple. A good prompt is not a question to AI, but a mirror of your thinking. That kind of approach is something that you have to understand when you're talking to AI systems. It's not just about something in and something out. And there has been another quote running around since the dawn of AI tools, and that quote was "garbage in, garbage out." The idea is very clear. If you put in something that is vague and that is unclear, this is exactly what you will get out of the out of the system. I have a couple of quick. I have one rule of sort of thumb which I apply in the prompting whenever I create prompts for for whatever and any materials. And the rule is called something like an intern rule. So imagine if you had an intern in your company and you gave an intern that kind of instruction, or those instructions. would an intern be able to understand what exactly he or she has to do, and would an intern be able to execute properly on your task? If the answer is no, then probably the prompt is also not properly worded. So this idea behind having clear and concise prompts is something that drives both me and my team when we are creating prompting systems or prompting for our own work or clients. So understand that a good prompt is not a question to AI, but a mirror of your own thinking. There are some weak prompts, and such as do a market research on real estate in Germany. I mean, it's kind of not a bad prompt, because at the end of the day, you will get out something out of it. But it's not a detailed prompt. It's not a clear prompt, and it's not really clear what exactly you hope to get out of this prompt. Because like, do you hope to get as an output, let's say, a JSON format? Like, do you expect to get a number, like in the scale from 1 to 10, where 10 is invest and 1 is not invest? Like, what exactly, like, you're expecting with this prompt, to execute afterwards? So such prompts usually are the 90 or 99% of the prompts that users type into ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, whatever solution. And in many cases, they say, AI just doesn't understand me. And a way for AI to understand you a little bit better is to create slightly stronger prompts, such as prepare a market report, on residential in real. I mean, I will not be reading the whole of it, but the key idea here is that I'm asking, for the same report of AI, I'm saying that I'm interested in average housing prices by the district. Then I want to learn about the rental yield by different apartment types. Then I'm asking, for demand indicators, such as search volumes, transaction activities, and new listings. Then I'm talking about the competitive asking, for competitive analysis of new residential projects, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that this prompt is an ideal one. There are plenty of prompts that can be way better and much better than that one. But in comparison, when we talk about just those two prompts, the first one, which asked AI to create a market research, for real estate in Germany, and the second one, which gave a clear expectation of what exactly should AI to execute, like step by step, that was something when it's way more clear that the second output will be also better structured, more detailed, and the user will be way happier with the second output because than with the first one, simply because it's more controlled. And this control is something that you want to have with prompts when you're prompting and using different prompting techniques. So those different prompting techniques are something that you might apply case by case. I'm not saying that the first instance was just a bad prompt. It was a weaker one because it was less control in that one. So there are two things that prompt engineers should know. There's something that basic prompt engineers should know, and there's something that advanced prompt engineers should know. So basic ones should understand that there has to be clarity and precision. You have to create unique queries with clear, precise tasks. And by tasks, I'm saying that you have to clearly, step by step, outline what you want AI to accomplish. And then with the objectives, so that responses are well targeted as well. Then it has to be, of course, action oriented. So you have to include actionable tasks saying that, look, take this step, and once this step is executed, for example, do it over if the outcome is not what you were expecting, or follow with the next steps, or do some kind of scoring. Then ideally include some best practices. This especially applies in slightly more advanced cases or instances, such as few-shot prompting. So I guess that you have heard such terms as zero-shot prompting or few-shot prompting, etc., etc., etc. So this is exactly what we will dive into right now. This is the very basic activities, but they are relevant. So, but before diving into that, this is the second element what the advanced engineers, prompt engineers, have to know. So first of all, play with API. If there is something that you have, if there are like one or two things that you want to take out of this presentation, is one of them is play with the APIs, because once you're playing with APIs, you can create prompts and outputs at scale. You can have multiple, sheets or databases connected to AI via API, and simply, saying, look, this is my input column with like multiple prompts, and this is the output column. So get me just the outputs, for all of these inputs. And you can then score the outputs, and you will see how much, how can they change, and how one word in your prompt can change the complete output in your, let's say just output of your result, the result that you're getting from AI. And then, of course, like I said, test prompts at scale, because only then, when you test prompts at scale, you can understand if there was a slight error, or maybe there was some kind of technical thing that maybe you just didn't know or didn't understand in the beginning, or maybe it was luck that you got the proper response first time and slightly worse response second time. So let's start with the very beginning, all of the prompting techniques. The first one, which mostly is used by 99% of the people without even knowing that, is zero-shot prompting. So people just type in something into chatbot and expect the outcome to be 100% accurate right away. The thing with zero-shot prompting is that it's what we do. I mean, we say, what is the average price per square meter for newly built apartments in Zurich Edge District, Enge District, and we hope that it will suddenly instantly provide us with the something that we will be satisfied with. But to make this output a little bit better, or to make it, I'm not saying that that's a bad prompting technique. It's something that we use on daily basis, especially when we have a very quick and when we want to learn some kind of simple fact, or make us like a small summary. For example, like summarize this text, in Spanish, or make this presentation relevant for Swedish people, or something like that. And I mean, instantly you will get examples, from these zero-shot prompts, which are okay. And the only thing which probably has to be understood after getting the response not as good as you were expecting in the beginning is to iterate. So keep on asking, or keep on improving, the output to make it better and better with every single instance. Few-shot prompts, the second thing, they teach AI by example, showing the AI not just what to answer, but how to think. And a very good and clear sort of, this method is not really a very complex one. Simply before asking any actual question, you provide the model with several examples, or shots, so-called shots, of how you want the task to be performed. So this is not a complicated thing. You say, if A, then B, then if B, then C, if something, then something, and then finally you say, if this and that, how does this, what should be the output? An example of this few-shot prompting can be something like this. You have sort of a list of inputs and saying, look, this is a listing, and it says that it's a spacious three-room apartment for sale, and then the category then for this text should be tagged as for sale. Then we have a second listing which says cozy apartment for long-term rent in Lugano, and the category should be tagged like for rent, etc., etc. And like finally, we have the final input is student couple looking to rent a two-room apartment in Geneva. What should be the category? And AI will say that the category, the answer would be rent. It knows it's not because it might be it's a rent, or because it knows not because there's a word rent in the word that's in the chain, or because there's a word like student or a couple or looking or apartment or something like that, but because we gave examples. We said if there's a word rent in the text, then tag it as rent. If there's a text for sale, then tag it as for sale. If something, then something. So we can make and have instructions to get this few-shot prompting as an example, as a good example, as a list of good examples, and then suddenly say, so the output has to be something that we have that we want. A third one, a way more advanced technique, is called chain of thought prompting. It's one of my favorites, but it's not my favorite one. The favorite one is kept for very end. I will share it with you, and you will see how magical it is. But a chain of thought prompting is already something way better and way stronger for something that requires in-depth analysis and step-by-step analysis and step-by-step understanding. Not just like blob answer, but something that it went through a step, then came up with an answer, then went to a second stage, and etc., etc. So also a quote created by AI to define chain of thought prompting is like this: a good chain of thought prompt doesn't just demand an answer, it teaches the AI how to think it through. Amazing words, really. Only AI could come up with that. Chain of thought prompting, like I said, instead of simply asking for final answer, you instruct the model to think step by step. So you say, look, on step one, do the analysis of, let's say, the small businesses that sell online. The second stage, identify the CEOs of these companies. The third stage, build a sales proposal. The fourth stage, do something like that, so something else. So and finally, build me the whole system which completely executes everything. So this think step by step and teach AI how to think is what you want it to apply when the output is slightly more complex than just, what is the weather now in Zurich, or what is the weather, or do me a small social media post. When we want activities such as create me a marketing plan or create me a marketing strategy, especially when there's a word strategy, it's great for you to explain what exactly or what outline elements you want in that marketing strategy to be, what AI should do at each of the steps, and only once something has been fully executed at each step, AI moves then to the second element and third element, and etc., etc. So this chain of prompting technique is amazing. So, and the question or the example can be like this: I'm buying an apartment for 750,000 francs. The down payment to the bank is 20%, notary fees amount is like 0.25% of apartment price. How much money will I need in total at the start of the transaction? And answer using, chain of thought method. So AI is, first of all, understanding or trying to understand what exactly is the amount of money that the down payment is. Then they will try to calculate the notary fees. Then they will add up everything, together and come up with the answer, to you that, look, this is the total number that you need for your result. A slightly more improved, less used chain of prompt prompting technique is something that is called self-consistency, or SC chain of thought prompting. It's a system which complements chain of thought prompting, but it has a slightly different approach. So whenever you're using, or when you feel strong using chain of thought prompting, try using self-consistency chain of thought. And the idea behind it is that instead of generating only one reasoning chain, because chain of thought prompting does these chains of thoughts, like chains, sort of a chain going one after another, right? It gives multiple task times and is being asked to produce several different reasoning paths. So how does it know which one is correct? At the end, the answer, that occurs most frequently is being selected. So it's sort of like, you ask the person, to do the math 5 times, like, how much is 5 plus 5, and then adds another 10 to that. One time the answer is 15. The second time the answer is 12. The third time the answer is 15 again. So AI chooses that 15 is, as it is the most frequent answer, it is probably most likely the correct one. And in the context of Swiss real estate investment selections, this could mean that, let's say, you ask the model several times, to do something, and things such as including the down payment, notary fees, etc., and AI then will choose the most consistent result. So this self-consistency chain of thought prompting is something that I would recommend you including in your daily tasks, or your work with AI, if you already are quite familiar with just basic chain of thought prompting. A very simple but very powerful technique is called just role-based prompting. And here you can say, act as an experienced real estate broker, act as a marketer, act as a prompt engineer, act as whatever. And you just then say the task that you want to execute, for AI to execute. And there are many techniques that are built across or based on that role-based prompting. One of the systems, or one of the techniques that I enjoy using, is called Clear, and it emphasizes on the same role-based but role-based prompting technique. In the beginning, you provide some kind of context, such as market research, on Zurich luxury real estate with price trends and demand data, right? Then you say the length, and here you want the output length. You want a 300-word summary, a blog post, a social media post, a 5-page report with charts, or whatever. Like, you are the one that controls the length here. Then you provide examples. You provide preferred style, the formats, like a Financial Times property article, or for example, something that I enjoy quite often is saying, like, write as an expert, but explain but use examples that are clearly understood even by the 7-year-old. And then you identify the audience, saying and defining, who's this exactly for? Is it for investors? Is it for marketers? Is it for your team? Is it for somebody who's an intern, has completely zero understanding of what exactly you're creating? And then finally the role. And here's something that we already had previously discussed. It's like, you assign a perspective. You say, act as a senior Swiss real estate analyst, act as a senior marketer with 10, 20 years experience in marketing, or maybe prompt engineering or something like that. So this technique is just like another example, saying that I'm preparing to sell an apartment. I want to have a description which is in 150 words. The style should be similar to, discover an oasis of tranquility in the heart of the city. The audience is aimed for young families. And then role is act as a creative marketing copywriter. Now write the sales listing in this, for this apartment. And you will get exactly what you're looking for. If you feel like something is wrong with the output, you can modify these elements. And here, something that can be used using, let's say, solutions such as API, you can use variables. And you can use these variables, using the different elements from the databases. So for example, this act as a creative marketing copywriter. Instead of act as a creative marketing copywriter, you can play with positions and act as a SEO, or act as a financial advisor, or an expert in real estate, which has a good heart for beautiful real estate. And I mean, you can have like plenty of elements or variables that are simply inserted into these slots of the prompt, and using correct or timely prompt insertion, you can have simply the output that you finally enjoy having. And then you can, let's say, hard code these variables and simply have them for good, and you will not be surprised next time with your prompting results. Another short technique is like called crispy, and like the idea is that you say identify the capacity. It's the same role-based prompting, just named differently. I mean, you identify the role, you say what exactly you want to get, you type in instructions, then you type in scenario, then you say, look, do performance, and then finally do the evaluation. And with this evaluation, you get something that is already closer to an improved output, because here you're not just saying that you are let's say, I want you to be a real estate market analyst and do something finally, but the key probably here is in this one of the last sentences, that the answer will be considered good if it is based on logical calculations and is clearly structured. So you say what are the rules or what are the criteria for you to consider the output as a good output. And here's something as an example, how this prompt would run. It's like there's an assumption, then that, for example, like for mid-range, a premium, alpha and U investment, what could be the rental income estimates, seasonality, return on investment calculations. And after all this, AI comes up with a suggestion that most likely, buying a mid-range house is better than the one with the premium alpha and U, simply because the return on investment is slightly larger than the one for the premium. But this is put out of context without any real data analysis, because like the way I would do that in reality, I would upload a bunch of data and ask AI to analyze, all of this information and only come up with, any of the analysis and results and suggestions only after, this analysis has been executed. And here and now, we're finally going to one prompting technique, which is currently my favorite one, and it's called the self-reflecting system. And a self-reflecting system doesn't just generate answers, it holds up a mirror, showing you the clarity and the gaps in your own reasoning. Again, this is not my quote, this is the quote by AI about what exactly the self-reflecting system is and how it works. So I came up with that kind of system after watching one YouTube channel, I don't know, maybe like a year ago. And like after that, after hearing about this, self-consistency and scoring, I was just thinking, so how do I implement this in real life in my day-to-day use? And the idea here is very simple. Just imagine, you say, you don't just say that, do the market research or do the Google Ads text copies or something like that. You say, first of all, create a scoring table. How would you evaluate, the outputs from great, excellent to horrible, right? And here in this, for example, so this is just an example table. You can use it for whatever system and just ask AI, just screenshot it, say, come up with a similar scoring table for my application. Here, the idea was that it has to identify the problem, then its relevance, then go with the agitation, emotional connection, solution. It's like it's all relevant for advertising. So all of these elements are relevant for advertising, and I wanted to create an ad copy which goes through all these two stages. So one stage is the so-called pass framework, is like pain, agitate, and then solve or solution. So it identifies the problem, and so it created the ad copy and said, look, this is the ad copy. Now I analyzed this ad copy using the scoring table, which was created, and after analyzing this output, I understood, like not I, but AI understood, that the output is like 46 out of 50. So it's not like 100%, right? It's not like full best or excellent. It's like 9 out of 10. So here, the AI was instructed, or not instructed, but it was instructed even like in the prompt, prior to the whole output, because I instructed AI to improve itself or improve the output if it doesn't score 50 out of 50, to score 50 out of 50. So it went again, through the same, with the same copy, and created the copy which scored 50 out of 50. So this reflection or self-reflection is something that I try applying daily with most of my activities, like whenever I'm prompting. And it's something that is another thing is, as I said, if there are two things that I want you to take out of this conference. So event number one is play with APIs. And thing number two is understand the power of self-reflection in prompting, and start applying it and start using this self-reflection, because it's like from what I am receiving in the outputs, this is currently the most powerful thing, because it just keeps on updating the output if the final result is not what you expect to have. And that's an example of this reflection prompt. So there's an actor saying there has to be an actor because you say, look, there's an apartment for sale, 2 rooms, good neighborhood. Then there has to be an evaluator. So whenever the evaluator is working, on the second stage, the evaluator says that, for example, this listing is too generic because this first copy, like apartment for sale, 2 rooms, good neighborhood, price is negotiable. It says the listing is too generic. It lacks details, lacks emotional appeal, and clear call to action. Then the third stage comes, and it says, okay, I need to rewrite the listing, highlighting the unique advantages, e.g. Lakeview, recently renovated, stating a specific price or price range, and ending with an invitation, to contact the owner. And final result is a much higher quality listing, which than the first one, because the first output in the line 1, like apartment for sale, is something that was just created as a generic output, and something that you would say, AI doesn't understand me. But if you apply this reflection prompting technique, then you will get way better results. So how does this work in other examples? For example, I can say, then first on stage 1, I say, write a copy for Facebook post about coffee machine rentals for business. Then do evaluation, right? Assess the generative text based on the following criteria: clarity, persuasiveness, target audience fit, and call to action. Then do the reflection based on the evaluation, describe what needs to be improved in the text to make it more effective. And then finally regenerate the whole initial output. So rewrite the original ad using the suggestions from reflection steps. So this reflection prompting technique is, like I said, gets me the best outputs, and it's the one which I'm using day to day. So if you're creating or having something like GPTs or your own tools, I would suggest building them and implementing into the instructions, into the system instructions, so sort of like system prompt, putting in saying that, look, use this reflection prompting and apply it whenever I ask, for a prompt, do it, create it, but also use the, reflection prompting to have the better output. And now we're heading to the second stage, like final stage of my presentation, which is about sharing those tools that I have promised to share. And the idea behind creating them was that I was basically very interested in vibe coding, and I was interested in applying my understanding of sort of understanding both prompting and sharing my knowledge with the people around the market. So first of all, I created something that is a prompt library, and like I said, this was a tool which I initially created for my own team because I wanted them to have those prompts and apply them day to day. You will find in this prompt library, free of charge, no logins, no lead magnets, nothing. Just use them, for your own good. You will find over 200 prompts from 16 different industries, and if you find them relevant, shout out, send me a message on LinkedIn saying, hey, I tried it, I enjoyed it, and this will be enough for me. So just this sharing from you. A second solution which we have created is called Prompt Pro, and it's the link is prompt.apg.agency, and here is a solution which you just simply click the button, improve your prompts now. you type in, paste any prompts, anything you want. You know, for example, create me a social media post, or I don't know, how good is maple syrup, you know, or give me a recipe which involves maple syrup. And it doesn't give you like the final output, but it gives you the output, which is an improved prompt using various prompting techniques. So you will get something that is stronger than a simple weak prompt. And like I said, for you, that is a great also learning technique, because you can understand maybe not just you can just not just copy paste the prompt into your chatbot, but you can say, okay, now I see what was lagging or lacking in my previous prompt, and maybe next time you can already type in the proper prompt or slightly stronger prompt into the chatbot, and you will get the output that will give you a better, stronger result. And the final solution, the last one, is something that we created and launched only a couple of days ago. So the solution is called Jupyter AI, and that is a free of charge AI Google Ads and just ads builder. You type in any landing page you want. So anything, your own landing page, your own competition's landing page, and click a button, generate ad copy. And it will generate you the ad copies in the language that landing page is. So if it's in German, the ad copies will be in German. If that is in Spanish, the ad copies will be in Spanish. So it's multilingual, it's non-discriminative, in language perspectives. And you can just copy these ads and use, for your own business and do it. So we created that because, like I said, I was curious in how this works. In the beginning, we did that for our own team, but then we just felt like, I want to share it with the rest of the world as well. So, no subscriptions, nothing. Questions? And if you want to connect with me, I strongly suggest you, scanning the QR code on LinkedIn and getting in touch with me over LinkedIn. So do we have any questions?
Hello, Artemis. There is no question. Basically, I can see any question in our QA sessions, but I will check. We will check the social media streaming, because we are streaming this session in the social media as well. So we will get the questions from there, and you can answer directly from in the social media. Yeah, there is no questions now in the QA sessions. Yeah.
Amazing. So then we're moving to the quick break.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amos, for your time. And also I actually I'm checking your URL that you showed us now about the ads and how can we focus the location based ads, and I'm checking it now. And yes, thank you so much for your time, and we will come back in 20 minutes. So after 20 minutes, we have 3 more sessions. Our guest speaker is coming from Newark, and he will show us that how the technical books are actually now working in the market, so that how the people will learn from reading the books and other stuff. And because he's from the Apress, one of the biggest book publishing company in the world, and he will come us and talk with the different things. So we'll come back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Amos, for your time today, and I hope you will join again after 20 minutes, and you will enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much. Have a great day then.
Thank you. Okay, so we are back. So I hope you are not bored yet, and we have our next speaker already on board, and we will start in 3 to 4 minutes. So let me introduce yourself. Let me introduce you with our speaker. So Ryan, can you hear me? Hello, Ryan. Can you hear me? Okay, just wait a minute. I'm just pinging Ryan now. Hello, Ryan. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ryan, I can hear you now. How are you? Good morning, by the way.
Hi, Resmonder. I'm doing good.
Good
Nice
morning.
to talk to you.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, and thank you to joining our session. And I hope you enjoyed the session already, and also you will enjoy the session the whole day. And let me introduce you to our audience. So, audience, he's Ryan, and Ryan is working in a biggest publishing company in the world. He's the editor from the Apress, which is a part of Spring and Nature company. And Spring and Nature, you know that this is one of the biggest publishing company one of the world. And Ryan is basically from New York, and this is we are really happy to onboard him in the call because in New York is 7 a.m. in the morning, and Ryan is early in the morning. Ryan is giving us some time. Thank you, Ryan, again for your time today. And yeah, so I hope you can start within 2 to 3 minutes, and this floor is yours now.
All right. All right. Am I ready to begin?
Yes, absolutely. You can start
Okay.
maybe you can start in 2 to 3 minutes because we told the audience that we will come back in 15 basically in 7:15 in local time. So in 2 minutes you can start. Yeah.
Okay. I will wait until 15.
Yeah.
All right.
Super. Thank you, Ryan.
Should I turn my camera on?
Yeah, you can do your camera, or you can also share your screen or anything.
Okay. Sounds good.
Super.
All right. Is everyone here? It's a good time.
Yes, you can start. Hi, Graham.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. I'm good to go.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna talk like this to the camera, so we'll be good to go. All right. So hello everyone. Thanks for joining me today. My name is Ryan Byrnes, and thanks for Rezwaner for his great introduction. As you heard, I am an acquisition editor at Apress, which is a book publishing company that focuses on books about technology. And it looks like there's about 33 people in the audience, so that's a pretty good turnout. I'm very appreciative to Rezwaner Rahman for giving me the opportunity to talk and putting this conference on and going through all that work. As you might have mentioned, Rezwaner is one of our authors at Apress. He's written several books for us, and he's very hardworking and great to work with. So that will kind of be the topic of this talk today. And so I hope everyone has had a good time so far and that you gleaned a lot of good information from the previous talks. So if you're attending this conference today, chances are you're a software developer in the Microsoft world or tangential to the Microsoft world seeking to develop your career. And there are a lot of different ways to do that outside of coding. In today's talk, I'm going to be focusing on different kinds of content creation through which developers can improve their careers. Now, there's a lot of ways to do this. There are YouTube channels, there's podcasts, blogs. Some people speak at developer conferences, such as this one. And for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to be focusing on one principal method, which is book publishing. And that's our specialty at Apress. So a little about me. So I've been an acquiring editor at this publishing company for about 2 years. But before that, I had a background in technology also. For a long time, I was a technical writer, which meant that I worked alongside engineers to create documentation and manuals for both hardware and software. So I feel like I kind of speak the language of some developers and software engineers. And I was always interested in trying to combine my two interests, books and tech, together. And that's what led me to work at Apress. So what is Apress? Apress, as you might have heard earlier, it's one of the industry's leading technical book publishers. It started in the 1990s in San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and since it has grown to be a household name among software developers, many developers can probably attest to seeing our black and yellow book covers. You can see here, I have an example of one of our books. This is one of my top-selling authors, Adam Freeman, who does a lot of books about .NET. And they typically come in these black and yellow covers like this. And our authors speak at conferences all around the world and include some of the top thought leaders in tech. Our authors have spoken at like the Microsoft Ignite conference, the Microsoft Build conference, all of the top Microsoft conferences. And we publish books on any topic in tech, whether could be cybersecurity, C#, Java, Python, HTML, Amazon Web Services, any topic you can think of, we publish books on it. There are a lot of editors, and we each specialize in different areas. So I tend to specialize in the world of Microsoft. So a lot of the books that I have published are by experts in the .NET framework. So for example, we have books on .NET 10, ASP.NET Core 10, MAUI, and recently we've begun venturing into AI with books about Microsoft Copilot, which the conference host Rezwaner has published. He's written some of our Copilot books. They're very good if you want to check them out. And since this is a conference about prompt engineering, that might be the most appropriate place to focus on. So Apress, my book publishing company that I work for, like Reswaner said, it's a part of Springer Nature. And Springer Nature is the world's leading academic publisher. They own Nature, among other scientific journals. And they have an online subscription platform called Springer Link. This is an online platform where millions of academic articles, journals, and books are all uploaded, and colleges and universities will subscribe to them. So as part of Springer Nature, all of Apress's books are made available on this subscription platform, and that's how a lot of our books are distributed. So a lot of you might be asking, if you're a software developer, how can I advance my career through not just coding, but also producing content like books? And so every day at my job, I speak with developers who have kind of pivoted in this direction. A lot of them have started their own podcasts. Some of them have started blogs. Others have focused on YouTube channels, and others speak at conferences, such as this one. And a lot of authors have derived a lot of value from that in addition to their current programming. And if you're involved in the Microsoft MVP community, that's a very big example of this developer community. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the MVP program. Reswaner is an MVP, and that's Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. And the MVP program, part of the requirements for joining include creating lots of content. And then you also get exposed and connected with a global network of other content creators like that. And so this is where we draw a lot of our authors from. If you ever attended .NET developer conferences or been involved in the Microsoft community, you will most likely have met some of our authors before. They're a very interconnected group of people who travel all across the world to speak at these conferences. And so what are some of the benefits of book publishing as a software developer? Most developers, most people in tech, they have what you might call engineer brain, where they think about things in terms of like numbers and computation, and they're very analytical. And so writing a book doesn't come naturally to all of these developers, and it might not be the first thing you think of. But there are some benefits. So one example is that writing a book, it gives you legitimacy, so that you can establish yourself as a subject matter expert or a thought leader in your field. And it raises your profile, which can lead to other things down the line, such as getting a slot to speak at conferences. And it also connects you to the Apress network of authors who feature some of the leading thought leaders in various domains of technology. And later on in this talk, I can get to some examples of success stories of some of our authors and how developers can benefit from that. And I will take some questions at the end as well. And so I'll spend some time talking about our process that we do at Apress for publishing a book. So all of our books, they start with a proposal form. If a developer has a particular topic that they think they can write a book about that is timely, for example, we're working on a lot of books about the latest release of .NET 10 that's coming out, and we're also continually updating our books about Copilot and all of the various applications of Copilot and AI. And so typically authors can fill out a proposal form, which you can find on our website. And the proposal form is pretty simple. It has information like your summary for the book, some of the topics you want to cover, your background as an author, and your profile. And after that, me and the author usually go back and forth, and there's usually some negotiation as we kind of alter the idea and adjust it over time. And then once we get the pitch for the book to a place that we like, we go into the contract phase, and then once we agree on the deadlines and the final due date for the book, that's when we go right into writing the manuscript. And so, like I was saying earlier, for a lot of developers, writing a book is not something that they ever expected to do, because a lot of people who go into engineering, they tend to be numbers focused and analytical, and so they might not think about writing. And so this is perfectly fine, because a lot of our developers are kind of in the same boat. And so we have a number of editors who help to develop the books. So once you start writing the first few chapters, I typically read and provide some commentary on the first few chapters. And then after that, we have a technical reviewer. The technical reviewer is kind of like a subject matter expert who acts as a second pair of eyes, commenting on the manuscript. And they also are typically a software engineer, and they tend to also be a Microsoft MVP. So they provide their commentary on it. And sometimes we have a developmental editor. And so for pretty much all of our authors, English isn't their first language. So our authors come from all over the world. So like South America, Europe, East Asia, South Asia, Africa, all over the world. And so we typically have some editors who will work with the author and polish it up just to make sure everything sounds nice, to provide the extra service. And then once the book is published, there are some things we can do to promote it. So some of these promotions include, for example, reaching out to podcasts. So I'm connected. I'm on a first name basis with a lot of the big podcasts in the Microsoft space, and I've gotten some of my authors on these podcasts, although not all of them. And I've also tried to connect other authors to people who are speaking at conferences, and other things we can do. We run ads on Amazon and Google, and the books are promoted wherever books are sold. So Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and worldwide distribution for Amazon. And then also on our Springer Link website, which has millions of subscribers who can go on and access the books through there. Yeah. And so I would like to go into an example of one author we had who had a success story through publishing a book with Apress. So the author that comes to mind that I'd like to talk about is Tomas Herseg. So Tomas is the lead software engineer at Riganti. This is a company that he founded in Prague. So Tomas was a long-time software developer from Eastern Europe. And I approached him about publishing a book somewhere in the area of .NET, because that was his specialty. So the .NET framework was C#. So the two of us went back and forth, and this is what a typical publishing process with us looks like. And we had some calls, and we talked about his ideas for the book. He floated some ideas, and then I told him, what books we had that were typically the most successful, what was trending, and so forth. And then after some discussion, we finally arrived on a final version of the book, and we decided to focus on modernizing .NET applications from people who have applications written in an old version of .NET, want to update it to a new version. And so that was in 2024. And so he started writing this book. I think it came out to be about 300 pages. And we worked very closely with him to develop it. I gave some feedback on the first few chapters, and then we had a technical reviewer who was also a subject matter expert go over it to test all the code and everything. We had editors and proofreaders go over it. And then once we got it into a shape that we liked, we made the cover and designed it and everything and published it. And then all of the code snippets in the book are made available on our GitHub repository. And so once Tomas got his book published, he was very entrepreneurial, which is a good sign in an author. And he was ambitious to grow his profile as a thought leader in the .NET world. So he quickly developed connections with other thought leaders in .NET, many of which were Apress authors and prominent speakers across the world. And so he started a conference his own conference called the Update Conference, which is in Prague in the Czech Republic. Started small, but it grew over time to reach thousands of people in a very entrepreneurial way. And they even expanded to have a second conference in Warsaw, in Poland. And this really raised his profile, and he put him on a first-name basis with some of the top influencers in the world of programming and .NET. And he was accepted to speak at conferences like Microsoft Build in Seattle, which is, I think, the second biggest Microsoft conference in the world. And so he spoke there, among other conferences. And then I was able to support him by pulling some strings, and I got him to appear on Scott Hanselman's podcast. For those of you who don't know, Scott Hanselman is one of the leading voices. I think he's the VP of the developer community at Microsoft. Yeah, and so this is like a good example of like one of our success stories with book publishing. And we hope to bring in more authors. I'm actively searching for authors, and I hope to kind of democratize access to coding so that you don't have to go to like an expensive online course to learn how to code. You can just download one of our books or ebooks or even for free if you're a subscriber to Springer Link. Yeah, and so that's my hope. At Apress, I sign about 25 to 30 books a year. So I'm always on the lookout for authors, and I am attending conferences, 2 more conferences this year where I hope to meet people. And yeah, and so that is my that is what Apress has to offer, and these are some ways that software developers can improve their careers through content creation, and in this example, book publishing. So if that's something that you've thought about or that might interest you, or if you want to use it to act as a stepping stone to future things in your career, you can reach out to me. You can find me on LinkedIn at Ryan Byrnes, and my email is ryan.byrnes@apress.com. I can share that email in the comments. Yeah, and I would like to open up the floor to, I think we have a little bit of time to some Q&A. If anyone has any questions about possibly writing a book, or if they have any questions about like some of our other authors or the intricacies of editing or some of the publicity we do, I would be happy to take any questions at this time. So yeah.
Thanks, Ryan, for the whole process that you shared, the whole process, and also thank you for mentioning me in your whole conversation that I'm the also author. Thank you so much for this thing. Okay, so we have a lot of questions basically for you. First question that we have in our QA chat, that do we need MVP for publishing book, and how much it cost?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see that there are a lot of questions in the sidebar. I just saw those. So yeah, I'll go over some.
Yeah, you have just one question here, and other questions is from our Facebook Live basically. So yeah, okay. I will tell you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, do you need to be an MVP to publish a book? No. Some of our authors are MVPs, and as an MVP, one of the incentives for that is to publish books, but you don't have to be an MVP. A lot of our authors aren't, And there have been many cases where authors were trying to become MVPs, and publishing a book through us helped them to become an MVP because it helps to kind of establish them and give them legitimacy. Yeah, and it doesn't cost anything to publish a book with us. We pay you. You get royalties from the books, and you get a payment from having the book on our Springer link. I should have mentioned that too earlier.
And how much it cost? I mean, I don't know what is Howard is asking about. Like, I mean, he's maybe asking like how much he have to pay to Apress to publish the book.
Yeah. To publish a book at Apress, it doesn't cost anything. If once the book is accepted, we pay the author a one-time initial payment, and then after the book is published, there are periodic payments about 4 times a year where you get a royalty, which is a percentage of every book that gets sold. And so if the book sells well, then the author gets paid a good amount from it. So yeah.
Okay, so we have 3 questions more. 2 questions I already give it to you from the Facebook basically. So one question is, can we publish the same title that I have in Packet with Apress? That means I think the guy have a book with Packet and he wants to publish the same title with Apress. Is it possible? Or
like he had a previously published book? Is
yeah.
that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's something we get pretty often. So if an author has previously published, and if they have self-published an ebook, for example, or self-published a book, or if they have an online course or a blog or anything like that, we can still publish it. The only thing we would ask is that if it gets accepted for publication, we would ask that the previous version of it gets taken down so that it can be replaced with the Apress version. But that's something we deal with a lot, and we acquire previously published ebooks, self-published ebooks pretty often. So yeah.
Okay, and the last question for you: can anyone apply for technical reviewer? If yes, what is the requirement?
Yeah, that's something I should have gone into in more detail. Lots of people are interested in becoming authors, but I would say even more people are interested in becoming technical reviewers. We get a lot of applications for technical reviewers, and that's if you're not quite ready to write a book, or you don't want to write a book or don't have the time, a technical reviewer is also a good way to kind of build up your legitimacy a little bit. And it doesn't take as much time investment. So the job of a technical reviewer, every year we publish hundreds of books, and we need subject matter experts to read them, to act as a second pair of eyes, and to fact check some things and double check any code snippets that are in the book to make sure they're running properly and things like that. And so for the job of a technical writer, it basically involves that. And the technical writers get paid also. So at every stage, we pay all of the people we work with. And so for every book, we would just ask we do about 1 technical writer per book, and we ask them to just read it once all the way through and provide their comments on all the chapters that we will share with them through an online drive. And then once you leave your comments, you will work with the author, and the author will kind of go back and forth with you and add the comments to the book. And you only have to read the book once, so it's a lot less work than writing a whole book yourself. So that could be a good starting point for people who might be interested. And we pay $1 per page. And our books are pretty long; they can be up to like 600 pages. So, so if you're interested in that, you can also reach out to my email at Apress.
Okay, so we have sorry, we have two more questions for you. I know that people are really interested about the book, and because this is very honored things actually, they have to publish a book or maybe review a book. So the third, the another question is like, do you have any plans for any book about prompt or AI? That is, do you have any plan for this? Yeah.
Yeah. We AI and LLMs and prompting, and this is the prompt engineering conference, so that's very fitting. Those are probably some of the hottest topics right now, and we do get a lot of proposals on those topics, and so we might be feel free to send in your proposal anyway, but we might be a little full on some things about prompt engineering or large language models. We are looking for some books on Microsoft Copilot, which is kind of similar. But either way, always feel free to reach out with your specific book idea. You can email me and then can go over it. I think that answers the question, I hope.
Yeah, the last question from our next speaker, because our next speaker, Padma Vemuri, he asked a question, just one moment. Yeah, she asked a question that what is the eligibility for being a reviewer? Maybe that's the same question that asked. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So when it comes to being a technical reviewer, there are some qualities that I always try to look out for the most. I usually ask them to send a resume just to see their qualifications. I want to be able to verify the person is an expert in the topic. So if it's a book about C#, I would want them to be like a C# coder or developer or have some experience with that. It's pretty broad. Yeah, as long as you have some experience working as a developer or something related to that the topic of the book, then I'd be happy to look at your application. So yeah, and I can provide my email address if people want to reach out. Is there a way I can do that? Can I post it in the chat?
You can post it in the QA chat. Yeah.
QA. Okay.
Yeah, QA is good. Yeah, so that audience will see.
Okay. All right, I'm putting my work email in there so people can reach out if they have more questions. If you had a question that wasn't able to get addressed, you can email me and ask. So, Ryan Byrnes. Okay, so I put it in the Q&A chat column so people can see that.
Yes, people can see this thing, and I want to share one thing to the audience. My second book is coming in the market in the next month about Pro Azure governance and security, and I am so happy and excited to work with Ryan because he is really a chill guy, and he always support me in my good time, in my bad time. That okay, I'm late maybe 1 day, 2 day, and he always try to support the authors, basically, that the authors can write a book or to make the work perfect in a good way. Thank you so much, Ryan. And also, I'm working with Ryan in some different projects as well. So I hope that the books will coming in the next year or maybe in this year or next year. So if you are interested to write a book, I really encourage you to reach with Ryan, and Ryan will guide you to publish a book from starting to ending. So thank you so much, Ryan, for your time today in the morning. And we are so sorry for waking up you in the early in the morning because today's Friday and maybe today's the weekend for your side. Thank you so much for your time today. And we are just waiting for our next speaker. And can you just hold us maybe 2 or 3 more minutes so that we can onboard our next speaker? Just wait for us. Yeah. Okay. Maybe 2 minutes. Yeah. Or you can talk with the audience whatever you want. But in the meantime, I'm just onboarding the next speaker.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Rez Warner has he has a book coming up, And if you want more, if you want to stay tuned on it, you can follow him or follow me on LinkedIn or social media. But yeah, if there are any developers who use Azure a lot, yeah, but that's what the topic will be. So yeah. All right, so.
Okay, thank you so much, Ryan, for your time. And our next speaker is already on board. Thank you again, Ryan. And I hope we'll talk to you soon again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye. So we have our next speaker, Padma Vemuri. Padma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hi. So we cannot see you, and okay, so we can see you now. So how are you? So
doing good. I'm fine.
Super. And we're sorry that you have to wait for a few more minutes. I mean, because our guest speaker was and he have a lot of questions basically about publishing a book and other stuff. You know, people are really excited that now they have the way to publish a book. But thank you again for your time today. And I want to introduce you, the audience. So Vemuri is the senior principal software developer specializing in front-end engineering and AI-powered UX. So AI-powered UX is really interesting thing, and I want to learn something from him today. And he builds basically enterprise-scale web apps, leads accessibility effort, and speaks widely on performance and design. So I mean, we are so happy to onboard you as a speaker here, and this floor is now yours, so you can introduce yourself and you can show your demo and other stuff. Thank you so much, Vemuri, for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. That was a great speech, great session from Ryan. I learned a lot. It's hard to follow that, but I'll try to do my best. Today, in my session, I want to talk about how we are using prompt or how we are using prompts and engineering those prompts and using these prompts to build real world use cases. Like in our developer team, we have implemented unit tests, integration tests, and also how are we converting legacy applications written in old languages? How are we using prompt engineering to convert those into current day languages like React or JavaScript? So we are going to take a look at those three things. Let me just start sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. It looks like I'm unable to share my screen. I have to restart my session. Is that possible, Raman? Can I just have 1 minute? Can I quit and join back? It is asking me to restart my Teams to share my screen. Is that okay? Hello, Raman, can I do that? Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Vemuri, you are in mute. You are in mute.
You guys can see my screen. Sorry, guys. It's been a tough day with my laptop today. So yeah. So what we've been doing is we have figured out a formula where we wanted to integrate these prompts into the code base, into the internal code editor for our developers, so that they can use this automated prompts to generate their code. But again, one of the challenges that we faced initially is that if we ask, for example, hey, generate a particular unit test case for a particular file, every time a person does that, the output is not consistent. We have seen although we are asking the same question, the output has been a little different. So that's when we realized that we need to do a little more digging into the way we want to do the way we send the prompt to our engineers. And once we did that, we realized that everybody are copy pasting these prompts, although we were getting reasonably good output, but it was not like a good workflow. So we have run into a plugin in VS Code, in Microsoft VS Code, called Klein. Klein is an open source plugin that you could use. So you could, using Klein, you could connect to any of the large language models. In this case, we were using Copilot in our scenario, or you could use ChatGPT or any other large language models, integrate that into your Klein, and then you can start prompting Klein from the code base itself. So for example, what we did was, so for example, this is one of our prompts to generate unit test cases. What we are doing is we are trying to identify the repetitive steps that we have, that we do whenever we generate a unit test case in our code. We have a bunch of conventions. So we have, I mean, I just did not write all the conventions, but there is a place where you can write all the conventions, all the coding conventions that you usually use in your in your team. You can add all those conventions as rules in Klein, and then create a workflow. You can generate a workflow. Workflow is nothing but a sequence of repetitive prompts that you want to pump it into the Klein or to the large language model, which will generate an effective test prompt. For example, I'll start. As you can see, once you start creating this workflows inside Klein, you can ask a client here. Let me see if I am logged in. That's great. So I'll just ask client to generate a unit test case. Yeah. So here in this unit test case, what we are asking, the prompt here itself is prompt the user to give a file path. So the large language model will ask you a file path. So let me just find the utility file for us. So I'm just copying I'm just going to open that. Okay, I'm just going to copy the path and just share the path to the large language model. Once we pump the path to the large language model, it's going to go through the entire prompt. All we are saying is, hey, if you're looking for this particular file, if it is a JavaScript file, do X, Y, and Z. If it is a class file in JavaScript, do X, Y, and Z. And if it is a React component, do X, Y, and Z. So these are all these individual repetitive steps we identified during our development that we, as a senior engineer, I would obviously, whenever if there's a new intern in the team, we would ask that intern to follow all these standard best practices procedures. We identified all the best practices, put them inside a prompt, and ask the prompt to generate it. And then once it generates, as you can see right now, it did generate the entire test file, and then it also ran the test file, and we can see the results. And this is not like an easy. The one it generated has multiple methods, and it is pretty complex. And it did that with like maybe in the last 45 seconds. So this is just one file. We repeated this approach so I'll just do it one more. Like, for example, we have a lot of class files. So this is a class file. I don't know if there are many programmers here. There is a difference between a regular function versus a class function. Class is much more powerful than a regular function. So I can do the same thing again and again and again. So I'll just create a new set, ask it to generate unit tests. And then once it asks me to generate the path, I'll just give the file path. And once we give the file path, it will. And one more thing which it does, the large language model do very well is like if there are any imports, although we are not giving the path of those imports, it will go and find those imports and run those imports automatically. So sometimes the client, the language model might guess where the file is based on your folder structure, but it's always good to give the file path. So as you can see, the developer is like literally not doing much. It's just being like an editor, he's like overlooking at the code and see how the code actually works. So in this case, I can see for this, let's go back and test the unit test case. So you could see it created a test case for each and everything. And return 0. So one of the good things is not only going for the happy paths, it's also testing for the error conditions and all the unhappy paths. Sometimes, as you can see here, whenever as you can see right there, maybe there's a glimpse where there was a couple of errors. What it does is if there were a couple of errors, it goes back and runs those errors all over. Runs the errors and fixes the errors. I think it is breaking because it's not in the correct folder structure. But if you can see here, this was the test that ran before. So it created a new test file and also all the tests are passing in this test file. You can see, and we could see consistently, if you keep consistently generating the same test case with the same file again, and again, it more or less works every single time. And what we have seen in our team is that, so we asked the team we created this prompts. We created this prompts and included into our code base. And then when we included into our code base, we are a team around 70 to 75 engineers, everybody working on different parts of the code. But when we were generating previously before this initiative, our code coverage for our code base was about 60-65%. We were every time we wanted to increase that code coverage. Every time we ran into some excuses, and the unit testing will never be prioritized. So what we did was, after using this, we ran a 1-week experiment across the 75 developers, and we were able to increase our code coverage to 92%. And within and every engineer spent 2-3 hours in a day for 1 or 2 days to increase that code coverage from 65% to 90%. Whenever a new feature is created, generating unit test cases or test cases is very easy. Usually, as a developer, I would know that whenever I build a new feature, I would probably block about 1 to 2 days for new engineers for the new features to be unit tested and integration tested. But with this prompt workflow with client and with the way we engineered our prompts, total time to generate a unit test for a new feature is less than 10 minutes. Yeah, there might have been, let's say, maybe 10% of the time where it took us 2 to 3 hours. But it only took us 2 to 3 hours to reach the 100% code coverage for that particular file. The 80% coverage was met within 2 to under 10 minutes. But sometimes the way the code written could be a little complicated or a little more complex, where it took us the 2-3 hours extra. But in 90% of the cases, we were able to do it. So this is a significant productivity improvement. In an engineering thing, as an engineer for about 12-13 years, I know that it's a significant productivity improvement. And now the engineers can focus on actually writing better code for the actual feature, thinking, architecting, and planning for the feature instead of just writing unit test cases and integration test cases. This is part 1 of the demo. The demo is this was an interesting use case. After doing this experiment and seeing a successful results during our experiment, we realized that, hey, if we could do it, I just want to give you a quick history on large language models. The large language models, the initial invention was the initial use cases for this for the large language models which happened at Google was for the translation. So you were, I'm sure everybody used the translate.google.com website to translate from one language to another. That was the initial inception of this language. It was used for that. So since we realized that was the case, we thought, hey, how about updating all of our legacy systems which were written this old age coding structures and coding conventions, what will happen if we pump those files into the large language models and ask the large language models to convert that file into the latest framework. because the large language models as of today have all the documentation needed to do the translation, and they have documentation of the old language model and the new language model. So for example, here in a old knockout is like an old maybe a 10-year-old or a 15-year-old framework where people used to build their applications in knockout, as you can see here. So what I did was, let me just, so this is a knockout file, as you can see, and we are importing knockout frameworks. This is an old file. So what we could do is we created another prompt to convert knockout to React. So we said, hey, look, we asked the user for the prompt registry file for that particular knockout, identify all the files, prepare a plan, and then convert the entire file, that knockout file, into React. So what we did here is, let me just see, this is the prompt. As you can see, this is the prompt. We also are saying that, hey, use all the coding conventions to when you do these changes. Whenever you have hard-coded things, to do the translation accurately, all of those things. So what, let me just, all the developer has to do is use knockout transition workflow. And whenever you trigger this workflow, it will go ahead and ask us the path to the workflow. Let me just give it the path. Okay, I think it's still thinking it. Let me just create a new. It was just still in the previous unit test case context. So one of the other pro tips I would like to give if people are trying this in their home is that every time create a new chat for a new task instead of keeping in the same task, unless you want to leverage the context of the previous task. If it's a new task, always create a new chat, and the results are way better than the previous. If you have a larger context. And also one more thing I want to point out while the LLM does most of the hard work is that the number of tokens here on the top is very important. Every large language model has a token limit. Once the token it crosses or comes to 90% of that token limit, the results are not accurate, or the quality of the results break. But anyway, that's for that. Now I think the task is completed. So let me open so as we can see, it generated this new file in React within like under 2 minutes, as I said, and it created all the things needed for this new React file, which is like a translation of the old knockout file. Yeah, this might not be as accurate as a unit test case. Maybe the developer need to tweak a couple of things here and there. But for the most part, it is doing a very good job. If you ask a developer to do the same thing in their own time, they'll probably ask for a week or more to do the same thing that the large language model has done in the last 2 or 3 minutes. And one more thing, this is the last. This was one coming from our engineers. So once once you generate all these files that you need, okay, you made all these changes into your code base, and then you could ask it to generate a pull request for you. One of the good things of this is it will go identify all the changes that you have made, understand all the context generated, using all the file changes based on those files. It understands the file and understands the context that we generated. And then let me just, I think in this case, it is not able to copy the file. Sometimes this happens. That might be because, let me just change that. So, okay, I think it is in a different folder. I think that's probably why it got confused. So that's why they say you should not do a live demo. I should have recorded this, but let me just Okay, this one, this time it works. So and then once, so this is just copying all the changes, although it is getting a diff for all the changes you took, and it is copying to your clipboard, and then I'm just pasting that clipboard, and then it is looking at the way we want to create a template for the pull request or the merge request, however you want to pronounce it, and then it will then create a really descriptive file of the pull request. Let me just open this here. It generated this file. Let me just add this here. So as you can see, it created this merge request description for us. It knows what we changed. He said you migrated knockout to a Preact component. Then he said it says that you have imported invoice, and then you created a couple of unit test cases, and it identifies all the fixes that we made, and then so whenever you paste something like this for a pull request, all your team members will be very happy with this pull request, because the pull request details all the changes that you have made, and the developers who want to review your code would be very happy to identify, understand the context of it, and it clearly communicates the benefit of that. So so I think this is how we uh, have generated use prompts into our day-to-day. This is actually implemented at scale. We have implemented in our own team of 70 developers, and we got great results, saving lots and lots of hours for the developers, and developers are also happy, because most developers, although they agree that unit tests, all this test quality tests are important, but writing them, it's very painful. So everybody's very happy because one less job to do at work. So this is my presentation. Let me just go ahead and look open the presentation. So we saw significant productivity improvements, and those are all I have to share today. I want to open it up to the team or to the audience. If you have any Q&A, any questions that you might have from what I said, I'm here to answer.
I think audience have no questions in our QA option, but you can continue if you have something more. You can continue with the audience so that I can onboard the last speaker from our side, and yeah, I'm trying to reach with him. Okay, so you can talk with the audience, or you can show if you want something more.
Yeah, sure. I can do it. So let me. So I would like to talk about the way we wanted to create this knockout to Preact transition. P-React is like a minimized version of React, so don't get confused between the way whenever I refer it as React or knockout. So whenever I would like to point out, like, one of the learnings that we had during the whole this initiative is that if you are trying to write a prompt with if the learning we had is that if you give a generic prompt, if your prompt is too broad, you're not going to get any good results. If your prompt is too narrow, you're not going to get any good results, because it'll go into these loops where it is trying to achieve that very narrow specification that you asked for. It will fail, and it'll take a long time to. It'll go in these loops, always generating wrong output, and then you keep asking it to, hey, something went wrong, so go try it again. So the healthy medium is the royal middle path. Your prompt should be narrow enough, but not. But it should be somewhere in the middle. It should have enough instructions to guide the LLM to do whatever you want to do, and at the same time, it should not give too many tiny details. For example, what I would say is, like, if we are generating a unit test case, we could say that, hey, follow this function pattern that you want to use, and follow this particular library to generate the unit test case. but don't go too narrow. Say that, hey, use this particular typeset or this particular data type to generate the unit test case, or put your imports all on the top, or put your imports all on the bottom, things like that. Those are like you're giving too many details. Whenever if you're giving too many details into the prompt, what we observed is that doing those last things, it's creating more noise and more details, more prompts, and it is breaking. The better approach that we wanted, that we observed, and that we thought was a better approach to do, if your task is very, if you're trying to use LLM for a particular task, and that task is there's no way to avoid it but to give a narrow prompt. What we did was create a broad prompt, then add if and else's in those prompts. And every time that particular case is reached, then go ahead and ask the prompt to go find this particular use case. And so, for example, let me just go back to my generative unit test cases, right? What we did here is, let me just zoom that in a bit. So here, if you see at line number 5 here, if the file is a JavaScript file or a TypeScript file or has a class definition, then use this another prompt that is tightly defined for classes. If you see in line number 6, we're saying if the file or JavaScript file is a regular function, then use this another prompt. If the JavaScript file is a React file or a React file, use this prompt. What this does is, whenever you this sort of are a structure in your prompt, since when you're asking it to go read another prompt and do X, Y, and Z, whenever it is trying to read a new prompt, it is sort of escaping this loop structure where it is trying to do too many things at once. So this structure has been very beneficial to us, where whenever you fall into that condition, do that. So as you can see on the top, this particular prompt is very, very generic. It does not get into tinier details. As you can see on the top, I said prompt user to give the file path, and that is generic, and then analyze the file, and then we follow the coding conventions, which again, we are not mentioning the coding convention in this prompt. We are asking to go and read another prompt to go get the coding conventions. And if you're making any changes to the original file, please prompt the user. If the file type is X, Y, and Z, do that. And always generate the file in X particular format, this .spec format, or if that already exists, just update that, don't create a new one, things like this. And then towards the end, run the test and keep running that test until all the tests fail, all the tests pass. So in this particular structure, what we observed is the library, the LLM will not, Copilot in this case, will not take too many loops or too many errors. We were getting the answers right away with accurate results, which are more successful in nature all the time. So this was one of the learnings that we saw, the way we want to generate these prompts in our use case. And this is not like a POC, or this is not like a, hey, I think this might work. This is actually being implemented in our teams. And also, like, especially the knockout transition, in our company, we have a lot of these products which are built ages ago, and nobody wants to touch those products because it takes a lot of resources and a lot of time to convert those, understand all the nitty-gritties and convert those. But using the large language model, we've been able to, we already did a lot of initial, we are already converting a lot of components in 1 week at a time. All these components from old structure to newer structure, so that that will reduce the engineering team's tech debt over time. And I think prompt engineering is going to help us in the long run. I think we are all in the early stages of fine-tuning our prompts, or what is the best way, what are the structure, how do you structure these prompts, what is the best way to do it, all of those things. But like in the next couple of years, prompt engineering would be one of those key skills that every engineer and every person who works with computers needs to understand, just like how people eventually figured out how to use MS Word or MS Excel. This prompt engineering will be one of those skills where everybody needs to start learning and leverage that skill set into your work. So that's all. I mean, that's all I have for you folks for today. If there, I'm going to go to the audience once again. If there are any questions in the audience.
We had a question from the audience basically, and the question is that is that possible to share the the code that you're showing with the audience? That is possible to share it somehow in your GitHub or maybe?
Sure. Yeah, of course. I'll actually. This is just a generic. I can actually upload the entire repository into an open source GitHub, and is the way to send it to you. I can send it to you, Rahman, or somebody else. I can share it with everybody's. They can go. I think I can do it right now. It's not going to take much time, but I can do it like in the next 10 minutes before the conference ends and share it to the team. Of course.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, you can also do one thing, like after the event, I will send the audience like our feedback forms. So into the feedback form, maybe I can send you a link or something like this. I mean, or also audience are asking all the presentation slides that you have all the speakers basically. So maybe we have to send the PPTs and maybe the PDF files to them after the event. So this is the thing. So if you have anything to tell to the audience or something like this, you can do it, because one of our speaker, our last speaker, he's actually traveling and he's joining in 20 minutes basically. So we have hand. So sure. If you want to talk, you can talk, or maybe you can talk with me, also the audience. So also do whatever you want. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Raman. I think that this ties into the previous talk as well. I have recently published a book on Amazon. I self-published my book. I know you said you also published 2 books. I would like to know, when your experience with, I think, was it also published through Ryan's team Apress, or was it with a different publication? If it is, I would want you to talk about your experience, how. I know writing a book is a long process and it's always nervous. So maybe you can talk about your book and how did you decide to write a book and how the entire process.
So the thing is, this is a very, very interesting question you asked me basically. So the thing is that when I published my first book, I was thinking my first book title was called Copilot for Power Apps, and I saw that the Power Apps, the Copilot just landed with the Power Apps team basically. So I tried to reach out the editors basically. So I saw his email address in the website, and I saw that he is the acquisition editor, and maybe I can ask him that how can I publish a book this kind of title, and I sent him an email that I want to write a book, but I don't know how to do this thing. So I don't know about how much time I need, or maybe how much money I need to pay, this kind of thing. I just asked him, and luckily he told me that he is also looking for someone to write same title basically. So they're looking for the same title book basically. So ultimately, then we signed a contract, and it took 6 months to write the whole book. This book is really, really big, almost 800 pages book, and
that's a lot.
And maybe after the reviewing, it will take exactly 1 year basically, because I signed a contract in December 4, and the book is in the market in the December 4 basically. So 23rd and 24th. So it took almost 1 year to publish the whole book. And also the second book. Yeah, the second book, this is just second edition that I'm writing, and because the first edition, there are 3 writers basically, and they don't want to write the book again. That's why Ryan proposed me to write the book, because this book is a bestseller book basically in US and Canada market. And I'm writing. I just completed writing the book, and maybe the book will book in the market in next month hopefully. And also I signed the 3rd and 4th contract with Ryan again. So probably next year in February or March, I will publish my third and fourth book. So I mean, this is a very good experience basically to write a book, because when you like spend some time with the technology, so you know that how it is working, but maybe someone don't know and they are still searching in YouTube and Google. So this is a good thing that, okay, what I know, that I can write it down in a book and then I can share it with the market. So this is a good thing. And because I'm a blogger, basically, as you know, that my MPP program is like, depends on the on the event, speaking, blogging, podcast, this kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm basically a blogger as well. So I write the technical blogs every day. So end of the day, I think that, okay, maybe what I'm writing down in my blog, why not I'm writing down this same thing in the book? So that's why I changed my mind, and I decided to write the book. And working with the Apress or working with Ryan or other publisher. I'm not talking about Apress because other people think that Apress is sponsoring the event. This is not about sponsoring, but I'm just sharing my personal experience that I work with another publisher. I don't want to give the name here, but I also work with another publisher. But unfortunately, after writing the book, the publisher told me that they will not publish the book now because they have another queue. I mean, they have a lot of books in the queue, so that's why they don't publish the book. So, and this experience was actually not so good for me. But working with Ryan and working with Apress is really good experience, and they're helpful. Yeah, so this is the thing, and also I encourage the audience, I encourage the speakers that if you want, you can write a book, and this is actually a golden opportunity, to stay in the market, because when my book is published, the book is like available all around the world in the university, the biggest university libraries, the local libraries. Even I'm now living in Austria. I'm basically from Bangladesh, but I'm living in Austria now, and the city that I living, there is a university called University Innsbruck, and I saw my book actually in the university in the Innsbruck library, basically. So this is a very big honor for me that, okay, now now my book is in the market and I can see my book that people are reading, enjoying, and commenting us. So yeah, I encourage you also that write a book if you want. So yeah.
Nice. That's a great experience. I mean, I started writing a book. I wanted to write a book for a very long time, like more than like 10 years now. And I always wanted to write a book about front-end engineering and all of that, but never found any time or reason to, or enough motivation to do it. But when my second daughter was born, I had paternity leave for 8 weeks. And I think at that time it hit me that time is moving a little fast. I felt like I was a young lad, and now I have 2 daughters. I said, okay, maybe I'm getting old. I should start writing a book and start writing it. For those 8 weeks, I wrote a lot. And then I got back to work. I was not able to finish it. And in the last 3 or 4 months ago, my wife and kids went to India for the summer vacation, and then I realized, okay, maybe I can use some time to finish it.
This is a nice time pass, basically. This is a good time pass, basically. So yeah, you can use your time basically in a good way. So yeah,
right.
but anyway, thank you so much for your time today. And also I saw that, and this is, I mean, the audience is asking about the codes, so you can maybe send a code by GitHub or maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, as you wish,
I will. Sure, of course I will.
As you wish, basically.
I'll share it with you. Maybe you can share it with the audience. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening, and I hope you added some value today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And also the audience, actually our next speaker is available in 20 minutes, basically, because he's traveling to his home now, and then he will join. Basically in the meantime, you can take some rest, or you can take some you can take a coffee, and then we'll talk again. So thank you. Hello, guys. I'm sorry. We are sorry, basically, to waiting you for 5 to 10 minutes again. And we got our last speaker onboarded now. So, Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes, Rasma.
Hi, Jonathan. We are sorry because one of our speaker basically didn't join the call today, and also the previous speaker finished the session actually earlier. That's why we want you on board actually 1 hour before. So thank you so much for joining the call today. And
No
also
problem.
one of our audience will ask a question that what is the final talk, please? So the final talk is about Azure AI Foundry and Agent in Action. So our speaker Jonathan is already on board. So Jonathan, and welcome to our session. And I want you basically to introduce yourself to the audience because the floor is now yours. You have almost maybe 2 hours time in your hands that you can finish the presentation. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Reza. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, all is good, maybe. Yes.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Mhm.
So thank you so much for all the participants who have taken time to join this Prompt Engineering Conference 2025. And thanks to the organizers for providing me the opportunity for this Prompt Engineering Conference. So let me introduce myself. I am Janarthanan Selvaraj. I'm a most valuable professional under the AI category. And also I'm a Microsoft community lead for the India region, especially Chennai location. And I'm a Microsoft Learn expert in the data as well as AI domain. So currently I'm holding 15 certifications with respect to the Azure platform. And any questions related to agentic AI, generative AI, physical AI, you can reach out to my on LinkedIn handle. This is my LinkedIn handle. And also for students, for college goers, I used to create videos on internship opportunities, hackathon opportunities on my YouTube handle. You can refer my YouTube handle for students and the college goers. And any questions related to artificial intelligence platform, feel free to welcome. Let's discuss about the topic for today's discussion. It is around how the evolution of AI agents started. And we'll talk about more on the agentic AI stuff. And inside the agentic AI, how this prompt engineering is going to play a typical role as part of this crafting the prompt and components of AI agents. And we will be briefly discussing about the semantic kernel framework, how to craft prompt in semantic kernel, and how to create agents and kernel with respect to semantic kernel application. Finally, we'll talk about the best practices of prompt engineering. So initially, it all started with the evolution of agents. When I talk about the evolution of agents, it starts with the regular chatbot, which is a conversational AI, where user can upload the FAQ questions, or it could be a user manual or policy manual through your chatbot application. And what is the actual uh, pitfall of this chatbot application is if you're not able to deal with the up-to-date data and the knowledge base, most of the time it is an outdated version. So from chatbot, we have been leveraged to the retriever augmented generation platform, where you will be able to reduce the hallucination effect by applying the base model, or you can implement any base model, or else you can implement any fine-tuned model with respect to your RAG pattern. So using that, you can ground the data to the real-time context. From RAG, we will be leveraged to the Copilot platform, where it will be an everyday AI companion, which is used to workplace related activities on your task, which can be performed in terms of Copilot. Finally, we'll move on to the fully autonomous agent, where you can interact and you can take actions in terms of agents with a minimal human intervention. So it begins with the conversational AI, and then it flows through your generative AI. finally we will be able to reach to the agentic AI. In the next couple of months from the agentic AI, we will be leverage this AI capacity to the physical AI. So that's how the agents has been evolved over the period of years, almost for the past 2 to 3 years. The chatbot application, it is now leveraged to the fully autonomous agent. So why this agentic AI it is more popular in the recent time, if you have noticed? The moment if you start using or building and any applications which is around the generative AI application platform, we require most of the time if I want to take any particular decisions or actions, you require the human intervention. Human intervention is much required when it comes to the agentic AI platform, in the generative AI platform, but less human intervention is required if you are moving towards the platform of your agentic AI, which means you can take the decisions and actions with less intervention of human being, and you can achieve your goals simultaneously with a multiple changing platform, or it could be an environment. All types of applications you can build in terms of this agentic AI framework. So there are a couple of frameworks which is requested for the agentic AI application. Before we want to write any prompt in the agentic AI application, we should know about how the prompt engineering framework typically works in terms of this agent's creation. So before we notice these agents and all, there is a concept which has been evolved. If I want to create any particular assistance or any particular co-pilot, you can upload your data, or even you can ground the data to the local business context. Based upon the context, you can take your actions and informed decisions with the help of this AI agent framework. And in this AI agent framework, you can automate all types of workflows. If I want to automate any type of workflow, you can go for this agentic AI framework. And in this agentic AI framework, as of now, the entire agent, it will be routed in terms of the prompt engineering framework. Because every prompt, you require 3 important parameters. One of the parameter we call it as your constraint, context, and your clarity, which is 3Cs framework. So most of the approach which are related to the agentic AI workflow and its corresponding implementation will falls under the category 3Cs framework category. So in this 3Cs framework category, if you keenly notice, all your prompt, if you want to craft it, you have to follow this particular framework, which is 3Cs. And any type of prompt you are about to write or else you are about to craft, the most convenient language, which will be in English, will be the most convenient language. And the very first C, which we will call it as clarity principle. The meaning of clarity principle is you are going to provide the model with a clear-cut specification along with a certain number of examples in order to provide the intent-based communication. So any intent-based communication, if you want to capture it, you can mention in the clarity section. If you've seen in the right side, there is an example I provided. You are an expert physicist. Imagine that you are going to explain the Einstein's theory of relativity to a 10-year-old kid. So here, what is the role I have mentioned is the expert physicist is the role. And what is the clarity we have mentioned is the Einstein's theory of relativity. And who is my target audience is 10-year-old kid. If you started crafting this prompt in any one of the companion tool like Copilot or your own ChatGPT framework or else Grok AI, you will be getting a lot many responses has been generated. And every responses will be intended towards your token consumption because token consumption is much required. So same Einstein's theory of relativity. Here I'm not specifying any examples. Then obviously the target audience will get bored. So you have to provide the clarity in terms of instruction along with the specified set of examples that is going to help the model in a right direction, whether the overall context it is leading to the correct direction or not. So again, if you provide certain examples, you will be getting a huge number of response generation, and this will lead to the consumption of your token. So finally, in order to avoid these type of confusion, always it is recommended to provide constraint. When I say constraint, how much time you are going to limit your responses, limiting the responses, which is nothing but the constraints principle. So instead of you generating number of pages, you can strictly mention, I want to generate 200 words of sentences or a paragraph of sentences, or it could be a number of files of page. So that format you can mention in the constraint principle. So every agentic workflow, AI creation, agentic AI actions and all, we are leading towards the prompt engineering framework. So when it comes to the prompt engineering framework, the intent is needed towards on the clarity and the context of the prompt. So now this prompt engineering in the recent time, all the prompt is now onwards, which is focused towards a specific business line. We call that particular approach is context-based engineering. The next set of trend in this prompt engineering framework will be your context engineering. So context engineering will be more popular by upcoming days, and compared to prompt engineer, how the lot of opportunities in terms of in the market it has been created, like prompt engineers, prompt AI ethics specialist, same set of roles it is going to be created now known as context based engineers, context based AI ethics specialist, context-based analyst. So those roles will be created. So prompt engineering, by end of this conference, it will become context-based engineering. So context-based engineering is the next trend of this 3Cs framework towards your prompt engineering activities. So with that, let's see what are the components in order to create any type of agent model. So what are the components we will be used with respect to this AI agent model? We can deploy either a base model or the model, it could be your fine-tuned model. So in all your models will be available inside your model catalog. You can use Azure OpenAI services, you can use GPT-4o model or GPT-5 model, any type of GPT model, not only GPT model. You can use your OpenAI models, your Llama models, all the models will be available under the model catalog section. And it is nowadays most of the organizations are allowing their data has to be encrypted, that is bringing your own data to the platform in terms of enterprise readiness as concerned. And we are having various set of tools. You can get the data from the knowledge tools, or else you can get the data from the action tools. In terms of knowledge tools, you can get the data from the Fabric platform. You can get the data from the code interpreter, your blob storage, or even it could be a local file storage in terms of knowledge tools. And actions tools, any type of serverless computing, if you want to implement it, you can go for your Azure functions, or even you can create your own Azure logic app connectors. That is also possible inside your action tool as concerned. So now we have discussed so far the agentic AI framework and how the 3Cs framework is going to help in terms of crafting your prompt. And we discussed about the components of these agents. So primarily any agent creation you require, one is the model deployment from your Azure OpenAI platform, or it could be any OpenAI platform, or it could be an open source platform also. So you deploy the model and you can use one of the tools to get the data. So these three are the ideal components to make any particular agent deployment successful. So there are various agent development framework which are available in the industry. One is You can create agents through the Azure AI Foundry. Azure AI Foundry is one of the way where we can creating your own agents without any coding language. And if I want to create any agents in terms of multi-agent creation or else any types of orchestration framework you want to create, either you can use your AutoGen framework or it could be a semantic kernel framework. Semantic kernel will be the most popular framework because any type of production ready applications, if you want to build it, use semantic kernel. And AutoGen is only used for ideation stage. It's not for your production ready application. It is only for the experimental purpose. You can go for AutoGen framework. In addition to that, you can create agents through GitHub Copilot as part of your vibe coding approach. And you can create an agents through your Microsoft 365 Copilot Studio is possible to create an agents. And all these cases, the primary input you need to provide is the prompt. So in most of the cases, what we used to provide is generic prompt we are be specifying it. Like we may be having a simple prompt, your medium prompt, advanced prompt. All these are intended to make a particular action. But in our case of this agentic AI application development and all, whenever you write any prompt, the prompt should be focused towards the context-based engineering aspect rather prompt engineering-based aspect. So we will be discussing more deep in terms of this semantic kernel approach. So semantic kernel is one of the popular software development kit in terms of open source. And even if I want to bring your large language model in terms of text generation, code generation, image generation, all types of content generation is possible with the help of this native code approach using semantic kernel. And even if I want to create my own agent in terms of orchestration and multi-agent creation is possible with the help of semantic kernel. And also this semantic kernel is supporting all the models which are available in the model catalog of your Azure OpenAI in the Foundry, as well as the models from the open source models, including your Hugging Face model connector it supports. And the beauty of this semantic kernel, it is able to maintain the memory in the conversation history. Whatever the memory you want to maintain it, it is a long-term memory where you can maintain all type of data and the conversation inside the semantic kernel approach. And in a semantic kernel, you have to use any one of the connector to deploy any model. So I'll be using Azure OpenAI, or else you can use OpenAI, or else you can use a Hugging Face connector. So connector is the one thing you require. And how you can connect your code through your connector is through plugin. So plugin, it is the actual function where it contains all your business logic. All your business logic, if I want to implement it, there are certain built-in plugins available. And also you can create your code through custom plugin also. So all types of code-based implementation or any types of business logic implementation, if you want to perform it, use plugins. So once the code has been connected through the plugin, all your responses and the results and the overall outcome, you can get it in the under the action section. Whether the action could be a JSON format or whatever the format you want to write the data, you can use your actions as part of the architecture as concerned. So this is about the overall semantic kernel architecture. And let's deep dive into the different types of plugins and how we are going to write a code inside this semantic kernel approach and what language we are going to use, which type of connector we will be using. We will be seeing the upcoming slides. In terms of language support, it supports mostly all the implementation. The recommended part was your semantic kernel is your .NET framework, and the .NET Core 8 SDK you need to install as part of the prerequisite, and you need to deploy one model in Azure OpenAI as part of the deployment. And still this semantic kernel supports Python implementation as well as Java code implementation is also supported. So we will be majorly we will be discussing on the .NET Core application. We will see it, how to create a agent, how to do an agent communication through your .NET Core SDK. So all types of connectors, primarily you can use your Azure OpenAI connector, as well as Hugging Face connector, you can see under the semantic kernel. So there are three important parameters you require when it comes to any kernel building. If I want to build any kernel, what are the three important parameters you have to pass is? One is the deployment name, and the second one is nothing but your endpoint, and the third is the API key. So these three are the important parameters you need to pass inside the connector known as add Azure OpenAI chat completion. So I'm going to deploy a model in the Foundry. In the Foundry, I'll deploy either a GPT-4o model or any models which are available in the model catalog. And then the model ID is optional in this case. So model ID is not necessary, but the remaining three parameters are highly required for building any type of kernel. And in order to build any kernel object, you have to use the method known as build method. So using the build method only, you are going to create a kernel object. So let's see the implementation in terms of the code. So this is a Visual Studio Code editor. In the Visual Studio Code editor, if you notice, there are certain prerequisites which I have done already. So what are prerequisites which I completed already is, one is you need to install the Visual Studio Code from the open source platform. After it is, you can deploy one GPT-4o model in the Foundry service. So what is the model I have deployed as? GPT-4o model I have deployed as. And you take the model name, that is deployment name, and you need to take the API key followed by the endpoint. So these three are the parameters you need to pass inside the Azure OpenAI chat completion method. And then using your create builder method only, you are going to create a builder object. And this builder object will be used with the help of your Azure OpenAI connector. If you can use OpenAI chat completion also. If it is OpenAI chat completion, you take the model name, API key, endpoint from the OpenAI. If I want to use a Hugging Face, I can change the Hugging Face chat completion also. So once the builder object is created, use build method to create a kernel object. So I'm going to use one of the function known as invoke prompt async. Invoke prompt async is the actual function which we use to create a prompt, and inside this invoke prompt async method, we are going to provide an input through the prompt. So what is the input I am given here is, give me a list of breakfast foods with the bread and cheese, because I am going to make one travel agent here. So what is the agent I have created is travel agent. So how travel agent we created with the help of semantic kernel we have created. So I have installed the extension semantic kernel SDK, and I have installed the SDKs which are related to .NET Core. And what is the .NET Core package I used is SDK 8.3, which I used it here. And then let us execute this line of codes. So in order to execute any kernel object, we have to use the functionality known as invoke prompt async method. I'm going to hit the command .NET run the name of the program. So now this is going to provide me, just a second, a wrong path. Path is retail copilot, just a second. Retail copilot. .NET run program. So this particular agent is going to provide the list of breakfast foods, which is contains your bread and cheese. It is going to started listing the suggestions. So now what in the background will happen is in the background, the semantic kernel will check for the model deployment along with the API key and endpoint, and the input will be passed inside the invoke prompt async method. And how this has been done is through the object called as kernel object. So we got the responses. So these are the list of breakfast foods which contains the bread and cheese. You can see here, grilled cheese sandwich, cheese toast. Okay. So list of suggestions provided. So this is a simple agent has been created with the help of the framework known as semantic kernel framework. So semantic kernel framework, we just created it. So now let's apply how to apply all your plugins with the help of the semantic kernel. So in order to apply plugins inside the semantic kernel, there are different types of plugins available like conversation summary plugin, file IO plugin, HTTP plugin, math plugin, text plugin, time plugin, and wait plugin. So plugin, it is a class which contains a set of functions where this kernel is going to execute. So one of the plugin is conversation summary plugin. If you want to generate any conversation summary, then you can go for this plugin. And any file operation, you can go for file IO plugin. And in order to make any HTTP endpoint connection request, if you want to make it, go for HTTP plugin. Mathematical operation is math plugin. Your text operation is text plugin. Time operation is time plugin. And if I want to wait any particular function has to be passed this corresponding execution, you can go for the wait plugin. So how these plugins can be used inside this agent creation? So let me show you one demonstration, which is about a time plugin. So here, what is the function name I have written is my time is a function. So what type of my time it is? It is a static function. Okay. So static function we have taken the same set of code. There is no change. It builder object. We need to pass deployment name, API key, and endpoint. That is builder object. And here we will be using the plugin concept. Since we are using the plugin concept, we need to add the collection type. So what is the collection type is add from type. It is the collection type. And what plugin you want to pass it, you pass the plugin name. So I'm passing the plugin name as time plugin. And in the build method, you are going to build the kernel object. So same async invoke async method, you pass the plugin name and which function you want to execute it. You can pass it. So now I want to execute this time plugin in my travel agent. How do you call this time plugin is this name of the function and what is the name of the class name. So class name dot function name. So through await functionality, we can call it. So how I'm going to call it is await. The name of the program is program 001 and the function name is my time is the name of the function. So this is going to print the today's day of the week. So .NET run program. So we got the result as Friday. Friday is the name of the day of the week. Similarly, if I want to implement in my travel agent as a conversation summary plugin, let me do that. So how to perform a conversation summary plugin is, so I have written one function called as my conversation. And using the builder object, we created the overall functions using the 3 parameters. One is the deployment name, the endpoint, and the API key. So this is helps to create a builder object. And in the add from collection type, I just pass conversation summary plugin. So this is the actual expression language. What is the expression language is @ is an expression language. So what is the prompt I specified? I am a vegan in search of new recipes. I love spicy food. Can you please provide me a list of breakfast foods that are vegan friendly? Initially, we didn't provide any constraint. Here we provided one constraint. So what is the constraint we provided is the dish should be vegan friendly. So from this conversation, you want to get what are all the conversation topics we are going to build it. So what are the conversation topics we are having? One is spicy food, vegan, and recipes, breakfast. So these are the topics we used to get from which plugin is conversation plugin. So you can write avoid invoke async method. You just pass your conversation summary plugin. In order to get the conversation topics, we used get conversation topics. For get conversation topics, we need to provide the input. So input we defined in which variable is your conversation variable. So that you call it. So let's call this conversation plugin in the main functionality. You just use avoid the name of the program and the function name. So the result of this conversation summary plugin will be JSON format. It is going to print the list of conversation topics in JSON format. See, the list of conversation topics are vegan, recipes, breakfast food, your spicy food. So these are the conversation topics which is around your conversation summary plugin. So likewise, you can build your own prompt template using the plugin approach. So when I want to show the conversation template or a prompt template, how I use this through expression language, I'm going to use it. So what is the expression language I just created here is, so the language I'm going to take as English is an input language and output language I'm going to take as French. So this is the syntax. The syntax is $, is a prompt template syntax, and you can write your prompt. The prompt says that create a list of helpful phrases, words in which languages, English to French. Okay, because I am a traveler, I need to know each and every phrases by its category type. For example, hello in English, and this will be in the respective like French. So there may be some general conversation phrases in English to French. There may be some conversation related to hotel. There may be some conversation related to your numeric numbers and all. So how to get that type of format? So use your expression language and then write the expression quote like this. So go to the main function. I'm going to call avoid the name of the program and the prompt. So we'll write .NET run program. Because we are building the travel agent application, let's see what is the result. So you can see here. So these are the helpful phrases for the travel agent creation, like greetings, basic phrases, hello, bonjour, then goodbye, thank you, merci. So how to pronounce in French, how to pronounce in English. So introduction, my name is in English and this is in French. Questions, your transportation stuff, accommodation, dining, shopping, emergencies, numbers, directions. So in this case, in all the semantic kernel framework, we were writing the prompt and all the prompt is leading towards a context. So we call that particular approach is context-based engineering. So if I want to conclude this note of this session, let me conclude in terms of best practices. So what will be the major best practices you have to follow when it comes to your prompt engineering? The very best practices is whatever the prompt you about to communicate, your communication is clearly you need to write in your prompt. How do you start crafting the prompt? Prompt should have a structure, it should have a role, it should have an input parameter, it should have a specific number of examples, you need to do that. And don't forget to use constraint. If you're not using constraint, you will end up with in terms of cost of the model will increase because of the token consumption. And audience, it is always advisable that write your prompt, which is in simple manner. So don't craft any complex prompts. Whenever you write any complex prompt, you break down the complex prompt into manageable units so that the model will be able to understand how to process it in terms for refinement. So these are the best practices we will be using as part of your prompt engineering discussion. Over to questions.
Currently, no questions in the Q&A session, but we are looking for our social media, the social media question and answers. And if we have any question and answer, we will let you know so that you can directly answer them by using the social media account. Yeah. And there is no question here. So, okay. One question from the previous, when the previous speaker spoke, and one question was there actually. Maybe this question is relevant here as well. So, is it possible that you can share the codes that you shared now? I mean, that showed now that you can upload it in GitHub or somewhere else that audience can see or audience can access it.
So you want that code, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not yeah. This is one of the questions from the audience, basically. So.
Okay. Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah, okay, super. And thank you so much, Janarthan, for your time. And again, we are so sorry that we have to call you 1 or 4 from your shift, but I hope that you can manage it. I mean, you can reorganize your the timing and other stuff. And the good thing is that because you are the last speaker, I mean, we are going to close this event now. But before closing the event, we got some good feedback. We got some bad feedback, and because of the Vemuri, the Aromas, the speakers actually now in the call and they are listening to me, I know. And the thing is that we got some good feedback, very good feedbacks that they are really that they got the conference really helpful because they learned a lot from how the prompt is working in the real life scenarios. And but we got some feedback like our the teams that you are using now for our event, somehow the teams is not working, maybe sometimes good, sometimes bad, and that's why the audience are requesting us to move this event and the next step to move this event in other platforms so that they can enjoy the session without any interruption. So this is one of the thing, and another announcement is that we will organizing our next event on 4th of October, and we will send the invitations to the audience after the event, and I hope that the speakers and the audience both will join in our next event, and I hope you will enjoy it again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Janarthan and Arumas and other speakers who joined us today, and I hope the audience also enjoy this summit or enjoy this conference. So thank you so much, guys, for your time today, and I wish a good and happy weekend. Thank you.